Chapter 397. Inside the ancient god city, the eternal universe furnace glowed brightly. The mist was like blood as the clouds steamed and overflowed with colors. The scarlet gold phoenix blood holy radiance drowned the entire city. High in the sky, the sovereign of the eventide had suffered greatly. He was stunned by the peerless godly monarch's means. His body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of silver blood that splattered across the city. Dong! Below, a large expanse of majestic palaces was reduced to smithereens after the blood droplets fell. It was obvious how terrifying it was. That's silver blood. Why is his blood silver? The people in the god city were astounded. The sovereign of the eventide was so terrifying. Was he a god? It was just a mouthful of blood that had fallen normally. It was not infused with peerless divine power, but it had penetrated a vast palace and reduced it to dust. What kind of power was contained in his blood? The silver blood was especially eye-catching. Everyone was alarmed. What kind of physique was this? Almost everyone was puzzled as they had never heard of it before. Wang. The void was like a painting that was torn apart by the sovereign of the eventide and the peerless godly monarch. It trembled violently as the power of the great Tao laws destroyed and penetrated everything. The god city that had stood for so many years was shaking, as though it would collapse at any moment. No one could imagine what kind of battle the two monarchs were having in the distant sky. This kind of confrontation was mind-blowing. Just the aftershocks were enough to make people shiver in fear, not to mention the true battle in the night sky. Rumble. Suddenly, a gigantic statue appeared in the sky. It was like a god that created the world. Its majesty was inviolable as it overlooked all life. What kind of creature is that? In the god city, there were not many people who could stand. Those with weaker cultivations could not even look at the sky. Even the powerful seniors could not remain calm. The Lord of the Eventide descends upon the land. This is the phenomenon of the sovereign of the Eventide. Finally, someone recalled some rumors and recognized the majestic god. Such a gigantic figure filled the sky of the god city. A single slap from him was enough to cover the vast ancient city. How can a person's phenomenon be so huge? It actually transformed into a god. This is too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Being looked down upon by this enormous deity made them feel an indescribably terrifying pressure, as if they were ants looking up at a deity. Everyone's faces were pale, and they couldn't help but tremble. This was a natural suppression, an instinctive fear that originated from their souls. Boom! This deity seemed like it could split apart heaven and earth. A large hand reached out, covering the entire divine city. The starry skies could no longer be seen. The heavenly dome trembled, about to collapse. Jiang Taishu, so what if you've made a breakthrough? Your lifespan has dried up and your body is empty. How are you going to fight me? The deity that stood between the heavens and the earth opened his mouth. His voice was so loud that it was like thunder descending into the world. Many palaces directly collapsed. Within the ancient city, almost everyone's ears were ringing, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Many people were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. The sovereign of the eventide was so powerful. As his opponent, one would truly feel despair. How was one to defeat him? The huge hand covered the sky, and in an instant, an oppressive aura filled every inch of the space, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Boom! The deity's huge hand was boundless as it grabbed the peerless godly monarch within. This scene was finally captured by the people below. Godly monarch ancestor. Ancestor. The people from the Jiang family cried out anxiously as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even though the godly monarch was invincible, he had just been revived. In a battle with a peerless sovereign, he had already been defeated at the Khanate realm. At this moment, with the sovereign of the eventide producing such a shocking phenomenon, who could resist it? Even if the godly monarch was unscathed, he might not be able to withstand it safely. Gemini King is invincible throughout the world. Jiang Taishu, I'll send you on your way. The terrifying deity's voice was like a tsunami that connected the world, as though it came from above the 9 heavens. The great Tao heavenly melody sounded as though it tore through spacetime from ancient times. The huge deity's finger was dazzling, as though it was burning with endless flames. He wanted to sacrifice the godly monarch alive and wipe him from the world forever. All sorts of great Tao laws streaked across the night sky, converging at a single point in the huge hand. Everyone was stunned. The birth of this deity could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Who could match him? The peerless godly monarch was caught in his hand and was unable to escape. He was being ground by the endless great Tao laws and was in imminent danger. Godly monarch ancestor. The people from the Jiang family roared. They were about to activate the ancient heaven-devouring fiend jar and blast it into the endless void. However, the 7 great sage-level figures appeared together. All of them were sneering as they prepared to snatch the other half of the extreme Tao's sacred armament. They had finally seen Jiang Taishu being suppressed. They did not wish for any accidents to happen. If the peerless godly monarch was not eliminated, they would definitely die. Pop! Suddenly, a soft sound came from the night sky. The huge deity trembled as a bloody hole appeared in his huge palm. Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the eventide roared as his hand became even more resplendent. The bloody hole rapidly disappeared, and it was as good as new. Pop! However, the soft sound rang out once again. The deity's hand was like a resplendent firework, constantly splattering blood as bloody holes appeared one after another. The hand was unable to close and was penetrated by the sword beams that surged into the sky. None of the nomological powers could stop it. Pwah! Finally, with a soft sound, the peerless godly monarch broke out. His clothes were not stained with blood and he was pure white. He stood silently in the void as he transformed into a peerless divine sword. He used his body to slice through the deity's hand and charged out. Battle sacred art? The sovereign of the eventide said coldly, "Unfortunately, you are still an arrow at the end of its flight. You are unable to use your full strength. Quick, revive the sacred furnace and escape the entanglement of the arch-sacred armament." The people from the Jiang family turned anxious. Jiang Taishu was a heaven-bestowed godly monarch, but unfortunately, he had just been revived. It was likely that he would perish in a battle with a life-and-death enemy. They could not help but be anxious. Immovable. The few elders controlling the eternal universe furnace were horrified. They were unable to escape the arch-sacred furnace. The sovereign of the eventide is plotting something big. He wants our race's sacred furnace. The few elders had anxious expressions. The sovereign of the eventide had come with the ancient arch-sacred armament to resist the eternal universe sacred furnace. He had opened up a path for the other sacred masters to enter the underground palace to kill the godly monarch. And during this process, he had done all he could to control the arch-sacred armament to resist the eternal universe divine furnace. He had even carved astonishing arch-array patterns on it. Finally, not long ago, he had finished inscribing the connate patterns, forming a supreme divine array. He had fused with the ancient arch-sacred armament and was about to snatch the eternal universe furnace away. If not for Yi Fan striking out with the leaf fire divine furnace, he would have probably succeeded. Although the eternal universe furnace held the absolute advantage, it was still unable to escape the entanglement. With a thought, Yi Fan attempted to establish a connection with the leaf fire divine furnace and instigate it to produce even greater might. Rumble, divine flames surged into the sky. After the leaf fire divine furnace was instigated, it emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation. 9 divine birds rushed out, and in addition, there was a sun that hung high in the sky. Yi Fan was alarmed. If it were any other day, it was absolutely impossible for the furnace to have such world-shaking might. However, at this moment, it was extremely shocking. It was nearly comparable to the arch-sacred armament. What's going on? The people of the Jiang family were also stunned. I know. This is the supreme treasure that my Jiang family lost countless years ago. I didn't expect it to appear in the world. The supreme expert Jiang Yun's eyes shot out a strange light. In the past, the divine king ancestor learned of its whereabouts and went out to search for it. That's why it disappeared. The ninth bandit Jiang Yi also sighed. Yi Fan's mind was empty. He used his powerful divine will to control the furnace and instigated it to release even more astonishing power. It really is the Thearka's nomological laws and array patterns. The 7 divine lords were all shocked. They wanted to stop it, but it was impossible. People were shocked to find that there were 9 divine rainbows on the leaf fire divine furnace that were connected to Yi Fan. On the lid, there were 9 ancient characters blooming with scarlet light. The 2 couldn't be severed. It was as if they had become one. The 7 divine lords tried many times, but to no avail. These 9 ancient characters are Thearka's characters. Every ancient character flowed with the aura of the great Tao. They were incomparably profound, as if they wanted to attract people's minds. Boom! The leaf fire divine furnace emitted ripples that swept out in all directions. Extremely profound array patterns naturally formed and imprinted themselves in the void. Yi Fan was shocked to realize that he wasn't the one who had caused all of this. He was just the one who had triggered it. All of this was because of the eternal universe furnace's existence. When the leaf fire divine furnace approached it, it seemed to be activated as if it had a life of its own. The leaf fire divine furnace was like a connate the arch divine array. It sealed the connate patterns that the sovereign of the eventide had inscribed. The eternal universe furnace was even more terrifying. Its might was even more monstrous as it tried to suppress another Thearka's sacred artifact. What a pity. I missed the eternal universe sacred furnace. High in the sky, the sovereign of the eventide seemed to have endless regrets. However, it's not too late for me to kill Jiang Taishu. He had expended all means to snatch the Thearka's sacred artifact, but it was all for naught. Now, he was focused on killing the godly monarchs. The sovereign of the eventide knew that he didn't have much time left. Once the eternal universe furnace was freed, he could only avoid it. Killing the peerless godly monarchs was his only option. Boom! In the sky, there was an eternal divine light that stretched endlessly. It was as though it had existed since the beginning of time, becoming the only thing in the world. In the divine city, no one would forget this day. It was a calamity for them. At least half of them had collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. There was no way to resist this supreme pressure. It was like a demonic mountain was pressing down on them. It was an unbearable weight. The battle between the sovereign of the eventide and the peerless godly monarchs reached its climax. The laws of the world and the order of the great Tao were constantly struck out by them, turning the night sky into a world of light. Jiang Taishu, you're finished. Your body is drained and you have no divine power to use. You can't power the great Tao of the world. How are you going to fight me? The sovereign of the eventide sneered. At this moment, the eternal divine light vanished. The figures of the Middle Grounds King and the Eastern Wilderness godly monarchs finally appeared. The godly monarch's pure land was beautiful. A rain of crystalline flowers fell from the sky, and there was only a single divine tree there. It was as vigorous as a horned dragon. It gently swayed as it received the baptism of the rain of flowers. The peerless godly monarch sat quietly under the ancient tree. His white clothes were flawless, and his eyes were closed. He allowed the crystalline rain to touch him, as though he had passed away in meditation. Jiang Taishu, do you think the godly monarch's pure land can stop me? The sovereign of the eventide's voice was no longer aged. He had reversed time, allowing his body to recover to its peak state. No one expected the sovereign of the eventide to look so young. He exuded a heroic aura. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and his brows were sword-like. His eyes were extremely sharp. His grace was like jade, and his aura was like a rainbow. As he approached step by step, he exuded a heroic aura. It was as though he was a god of war that had been resurrected, as luster enveloped his body. Boom! The surface of his body suddenly emitted a divine light that surged into the sky. A golden divine robe appeared and covered his body, making him look like a sun. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face made him look like a god. The golden robe burned like flames, and a golden divine spear appeared in his hand. With a theft, he penetrated the godly monarch's pure land. How is this possible? The godly monarch's pure land is said to be indestructible. How did the sovereign of the eventide penetrate it? Everyone in the divine city was extremely shocked. They could not believe everything that had happened. As for the people from the Jiang family, they were nearly in despair. How could this happen? The godly monarch's pure land was peerless in the world, so how could the sovereign of the eventide penetrate it? Within the godly monarch's pure land, the falling flowers were like a rain of tears. They danced in the air and landed under the ancient divine tree. The peerless godly monarch was silent, as though he was carved from divine jade. Has the godly monarch passed away? This was the question on everyone's mind. Jiang Taishu, you should understand now. Even if you were to be resurrected to your peak state, you wouldn't stand a chance. I'm wearing the divine robe of an ancient sage, and the divine spear in my hand has such an origin. It's hard to find in this world, and even your godly monarch's pure land can't stop me. The sovereign of the eventide was awe-inspiring as he pointed his spear at the peerless godly monarch in front of him. Be destroyed. The sovereign of the eventide shouted. The golden divine robe shone brightly like a golden sun. He was like a god born from fire as he stabbed forward with the golden spear in his hand. Avenge my elder brother. Gemini King, you are invincible. Pfft. Divine blood dyed the pure land. The peerless godly monarch's chest was penetrated, and under the ancient divine tree, blood flowed all over the ground. On his flawless white robe, ghastly flowers of blood appeared. The blood dyed the ground red, and it flowed into the flowers. Even the roots of the ancient trees were soaked. The rain of flowers that filled the sky was dyed with blood. As they floated down, they surrounded the peerless godly monarch, but he still did not open his eyes. Although there was a rain of flowers, everything was very quiet. It was as though time had come to a standstill. The golden spear piercing through the godly monarch's chest seemed to become an eternal scene. Godly monarch. The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. The peerless godly monarch is dead. Everyone in God's city was alarmed. Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the eventide wanted to lift the godly monarch up, but the godly monarch's hands suddenly grabbed the golden spear, firmly locking it in place. The peerless godly monarch's white robe was dyed with blood, but he did not open his eyes. His crystalline face did not show any emotions, as though he was a god that was resting in peace. Blood flowed from his wound, emitting a scarlet mist that flowed along the golden spear. It was very gentle, dyeing the sovereign of the eventide's hand red. Ah! The sovereign of the eventide yelled as though he had discovered the most terrifying thing. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that he was firmly locked in place. Boom! The golden-robed sovereign of the eventide suddenly burst into flames, emitting a blinding light that roasted the entire world. He struggled violently. The legends are true. The godly monarch has the blood of a god flowing within him. After mastering it, he will improve further, and the blood of a god will awaken. Chapter 398. Within the godly king's pure land, a rain of sparkling petals fell. Beneath the divine tree, the white-robed godly monarch was covered in blood. He had been pierced by the divine spear, but he remained motionless. His black hair drooped down, and his eyes were tightly shut on his jade-like face. He looked like a god. The blood of a god, the sovereign of the eventide yelled as the divine blood flowed up the golden divine spear like a haze. It ignited his body as it emitted blinding flames. He was in extreme pain, but he was unable to extricate himself. Why? The golden divine clothes on his body were dazzling as they flowed with the aura of a god. However, it could not change anything. It could not fend off the raging flames. This was because the golden divine clothes did not cover every inch of his body. The divine blood burned through his hands into his body, but the clothes were unable to stop it either. Boom! His organs began to burn. The divine clothes were resplendent, but they could not protect his insides. The sovereign of the Eventide's hair flailed about as he roared into the sky. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The peerless godly monarch's hands were like the roots of the earth, unshakable. He held the divine spear motionlessly, like a god that had existed for eternity. Boom! Scarlet light surged into the sky as flames spread in all directions. The sovereign of the Eventide's head also began to burn. His young and valiant face turned snow-white and completely distorted. I am the Lord of the Eventide. I rule the world. No one can kill me. He roared into the sky as he stirred the power of the great Tao in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but it was of no use. The divine fire enveloped him, illuminating the pure land. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. It was sacred and auspicious, but it contained boundless terrifying power. The sovereign of the Eventide was indignant as he clenched the golden spear tightly. He wanted to pull it out of the peerless godly monarch's body and completely extricate himself from all of this. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. He was rooted to the spot, unable to move at all. Everyone in the divine city was alarmed. They originally believed that the godly monarch had been killed, but they never expected him to have such means. He wanted to burn the king of the Central Plains to ashes. Sage awakening. The sovereign of the Eventide roared. At that moment, if he had no other choice, he would undoubtedly die. The blood of a god had burned into his bones. Buzz. The golden divine robe on his body shone brilliantly, as if it had a life of its own. It trembled unceasingly. This was a divine robe refined by an ancient saint. In this world, other than the great emperors, there weren't many who could break it. It could be said that this was a divine object that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It could only be chanced upon by luck, and it was a peerless treasure. Lord of the Night, eternal and undying, bloodline rebirth. He was borrowing the power of the Shen Yi to awaken the slumbering silver blood and draw out an indescribably terrifying potential. Rumble. The sound of a tsunami was heard. Silver blood seeped out of his skin and turned into a white flame that burned. It fought against the scarlet mist divine blood and tried to drive it away. And at this moment, the ancient sage's divine clothes gradually awakened, providing him with endless divine power. The sovereign of the night's roar tore through the void as he slowly but firmly pulled out the divine spear from the celestial king's body. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the divine king's pure land. He roared in the night sky as he tried to extinguish the flames on his body. The roar was heart-wrenching. Many cultivators could not withstand it as they fainted from the vibrations and fell to the ground. Ah, the sovereign of the night let out a final roar as though he had expended all his strength. His body was nearly burnt to a crisp before he finally extinguished the flames. Jiang Taishu. You have injured me to such a state. I want to refine your divine blood to make up for everything. The sovereign of the night's voice was bone-chilling, making one's hair stand on end. Pwah! Streams of silver blood gushed out from his charred body as they covered his entire body. Following that, a holy light that resembled moonlight constantly flashed, illuminating him. Boom! The white flame burned as he was reborn from the flames. His dry and cracked body once again glowed with the aura of life. It was as tender as a baby's skin as he was revived. And during this process, the Shen Yi on his body constantly trembled as it glowed brilliantly. It was as though it was breathing and possessed endless vitality. What kind of physique does he have? Why does he have silver blood? Many people in the divine city were alarmed. The sovereign of the Eventide's physique was very terrifying, and it was in no way inferior to the eastern wilderness divine body. He has the divine robe of an ancient sage. What should we do? Worry appeared on the faces of the people of the Jiang clan. This kind of peerless divine object was almost indestructible. The Jiang clan also had it, but it was a pity that they didn't bring it with them at this time. Jiang Taishu, how can you compete with me now? The sovereign of the Eventide relied on the divine clothes of an ancient sage, and with the golden spear in hand, he once again penetrated the godly monarch paradise and easily entered it. This time, he didn't act rashly. He pointed the divine spear in front of him, and the invisible killing intent transformed into an indestructible sharpness, rushing toward Jiang Taishu. The divine tree swayed and petals danced in the air. The divine king's white clothes were dyed in blood, but he still didn't move. It was as if he had really passed away in a sitting position under the tree. There was a hole in his chest that went straight from the front to the back, and the blood had already stopped flowing. Jiang Taishu, you've broken through to the advanced divine king realm, but your life force has dried up. The sovereign of the Eventide sneered and said, although my blood hasn't transformed into a divine bloodline like yours, my life force is more exuberant than yours. There's no need to say so much if you want to kill me. Just come forward. You haven't attacked yet because you're afraid. The peerless divine king finally spoke, but his eyes remained closed. I'm afraid? What a joke. I have the divine robe of an ancient sage, and I'm invincible. Who can compete with me? Even if you're in your best condition, you won't stand a chance. Chi. The peerless sharpness appeared as Jiang Taishu sat cross-legged under the divine tree. However, his life essence and the great Tao were one as he struck out. This was a white-robed divine king, and he was almost the same as Jiang Taishu. He was born from Tao integration, and when he arrived before Jiang Taishu, an unparalleled pressure blanketed the world. This was a kind of divine might that seemed to be splitting the world apart. It was as if they had returned to the time when all living things were born. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Ah, the sovereign of the Eventide yelled. His black hair danced wildly as the golden divine spear was thrust into the sky, meeting the peerless divine king's astounding attack. At the same time, the divine robe on his body was as resplendent as the sun as it completely ignited. Dong! The firmament was penetrated. The peerless divine king's all-out attack seemed to penetrate through the past, present, and future as he struck out with the extreme strength of the Tao. Everyone in the divine city was suppressed by this unparalleled pressure and fell to the ground. Not a single person could stand. Bang! The sovereign of the Eventide was struck out of the pure land as he flew towards the ends of the horizon. Then, he plummeted to the ground as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. As the blood splattered down, it reduced the palaces to dust. Although the sovereign of the middle ground was heavily injured, he wasn't in pain. He even revealed a smile as he coughed out blood. Jiang Taishu, you are finished. In the divine king's pure land, the peerless divine king's body swayed as he nearly collapsed under the divine tree. It was as if he had expended all his life essence and his life force. Your strongest attack, the battle saint technique, has already been unleashed. How are you going to fight me? The sovereign of the Eventide yelled as he coughed out blood. The divine robe of an ancient sage is impossible to penetrate. You can't hurt my core. He roared into the sky as he laughed. His heroic face was almost hideous. Divine King Ancestor. The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. They couldn't bear to watch any further. Ha! The 7 sacred masters roared with laughter as they finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the divine king's death, an era had come to an end. They no longer needed to worry. Jiang Taishu, I want the Purple Mountain Imperial Way. I want the 9 secrets. Then, I'll send you on your way. The sovereign of the Eventide took large strides into the sky as he truly had the supreme might of a sovereign descending upon the world. Within the divine city, everyone was alarmed. The Eastern Wilderness Divine King and the Middle Ground Sovereign had existed for more than 4,000 years. The peerless battle had finally come to an end. Pfft! The Divine King's pure land was said to be indestructible, but it was instantly penetrated by the ancient sage's divine spear. The sovereign of the Eventide easily walked in. Even your pure land can't stop me. Do you still want to struggle? How are you going to face the peerless divine item left behind by the ancient sage? The sovereign of the Eventide yelled as he pointed his divine spear towards the sky before slowly slashing it down, aiming for Jiang Taishu's throat. Sovereign of the Eventide, what kind of sovereign are you to take advantage of someone's perilous state? By killing my race's divine king, the Jiang family will never rest until you are dead. Some of the elders of the Jiang family had tears welling up in their eyes. Jiang Yun even swore to the heavens as he roared, "If my race's divine king perishes, my Jiang family's heritage will be unleashed. Be it the sacred land behind you or the Middle Ground's eternal dynasty, we will use the eternal universe sacred furnace to wipe them all out. As the sovereign of the eventide, I have reigned supreme over the world. Who dares threaten me? I'm definitely going to kill Jiang Taishu." The sovereign of the eventide attacked as peerless killing intent swept through the entire Pure Land. Under the divine tree, the white-robed divine king was hugging fairy Rosy Cloud. His expression was calm, without any joy or worry. There was no sign of fear towards death. The divine king had regrets. Day after day, scene after scene. After being separated for 4,000 years, he let out a heavy sigh. He turned around and faced the sovereign of the eventide before letting out another sigh. The sovereign of the eventide felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he froze in place. His peerless killing intent had dissipated and his soul was on the brink of dissipating. Clang! The golden spear in his hand fell to the ground as his glabella split open, with a wisp of blood seeping out. His face was filled with disbelief as he said with great difficulty, "The sigh of the gods." He slumped into the Pure Land, almost unable to believe everything that had happened. His expression was distorted as he could not accept the outcome. It's really the sigh of the gods. Ancient godly monarchs are able to demonstrate the mighty power of the gods after reaching the pinnacle. Since ancient times, not many people have been able to do it. The Jiang family's godly monarch has actually used it in a perilous situation. Everyone was alarmed. All of this had exceeded their expectations. Why can it penetrate the divine robe of an ancient sage? It penetrated into my body and soul. The sovereign of the eventide was indignant. The peerless divine item was unharmed, but he had been penetrated. The sigh of the gods had destroyed all his vitality. Clang! The divine robe of an ancient sage was a peerless treasure in the world. It possessed a life of its own, and it automatically separated itself from the sovereign of the eventide. Together with the spear, it transformed into a golden divine beam that charged out of the Pure Land. Boom! A domain gate appeared in the sky as the great emperor's sacred armament that was clashing with the eternal universe furnace released trillions of lightning bolts. They tore through space and tore through the void. The divine robe of an ancient sage followed closely behind and entered it. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Pfft! In the Pure Land, the sovereign of the eventide collapsed, his body and soul extinguished. Dead. The sovereign of the eventide has been killed. Jiang Taishu has released the sigh of the gods and killed his nemesis. The 7 sacred lords turned pale as they charged in different directions. Now, a great calamity had befallen them. Unfortunately, all of this was destined. They had no way of escaping. The peerless godly monarch walked out of the Pure Land as the eternal universe sacred furnace flew above his head. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. If there were too many peerless experts in the divine city, they would definitely have a dragon-like blood aura that surged into the sky. There was no way to conceal it. Boom! In the north, the first surge of blood aura was extinguished. It indicated that a peerless expert had perished. Boom! In the west, the second dragon-shaped blood aura was extinguished. Another peerless expert had been eliminated from the world. The peerless godly monarch has taken action. Divine might of lightning. His speed is too fast. In the blink of an eye, he has already killed 2 peerless experts. Tonight, the divine city is destined to be dyed red with the blood of peerless experts. Everyone was stunned. This night would definitely be recorded in the annals of cultivation history. Chapter 399. The sovereign of the eventide has perished. He had lived for more than 4,000 years, and almost no one could stand up to him. Yet, he was defeated. The twin kings of the Middle Ground, who had lived for more than 4,000 years and were known to be invincible, had been reduced to dust just like that. It's almost unbelievable. Everyone was in discussion. The Middle Ground's king had died a violent death. He had been killed even while wearing the divine robes of an ancient sage. It deeply shocked everyone. This was the end of an era. A monarch who looked down on the world had forever become history. His blood and fame had forged the great legend of another divine king. Chi. South of the divine city, a dragon-shaped blood chi that pierced into the sky dimmed before it was completely extinguished. It indicated that a third top figure had been eliminated from the world. Another important figure had died. People found it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying waves would be stirred in the world after tonight. Divine lords were the masters of this land, but they had been killed one after another tonight. It would definitely cause a huge uproar that would shock the world. At that moment, the Jiang family was no longer nervous. The divine king had reversed the situation and killed the sovereign of the Eventide alone. They found it unbelievable. What a pity that we weren't able to keep that great emperor's sacred weapon. Otherwise, who in this world would dare be our Jiang family's enemy? This was the thought of many in the Jiang family. What kind of background do the 13 divine lords have? Why didn't the divine king patriarch spare their lives and investigate their origins? A young cultivator from the Jiang family was puzzled. It had been a very sullen night, and he wanted to know who the enemies behind the scenes were. Jiang Yun glanced at him and did not say a word. The other seniors also fell silent. Another member of the younger generation, the descendant of the divine king, Jiang Yifei, was also present. He had Jiang Taishu's charm and was similarly handsome. He shook his head and said, "Unless we can become enemies with the entire world." The names of the 13 divine lords were unknown to the world, so it was not a big deal for them to perish like that. However, if they were found out in public, it would be equivalent to falling out with the major factions behind them. They could only fight. The Jiang family had a heritage of more than 100,000 years and could be said to be extremely prosperous. It was enough to intimidate the eastern wilderness and was an extremely powerful existence even among the sacred grounds. However, they definitely did not have the strength to resist the sacred grounds alone. If they were to find out that several of the sacred grounds were involved, it would result in a tsunami-like war. What kind of person was a supreme god king? Perhaps he had already figured out the origins of these people in the process of exchanging blows, but he would not reveal it. He could only kill them all. Regardless of whether these people came from the middle ground or the eastern wasteland, the divine king was not afraid of them at all. If he killed them like this, then so be it. No dynasty or holy land would dare to jump out and accuse him. Chi. The fourth streak of blood energy that pierced through the heavens and the earth dimmed. Another great figure had become the dust of history. Soon after, the majestic blood energy that was as thick as a mountain and rushed into the clouds was extinguished one after another. The time interval was not very long. Dead, all dead. 7 Saint Lord level characters, not a single one survived. Peerless God King, peerless elegance. He single-handedly killed 13 sacred lords, 3 old freaks of nature, and killed the central state sovereign of the Eventide. How impressive is that? Within the divine city, everyone was shocked. The divine king revived, and in a single night, he actually did such a world-shaking thing. It was truly shocking. All of them had been extinguished. Not a single one of them could have survived. They were all overlords of the present age. These overlords were enough to sweep through the world. Almost no one could compete with them. They were the pinnacle of the present age, but unfortunately, they had encountered the peerless God King. It was destined that they would not be able to change the outcome. Yi Fan was also shocked. Who could compete with the divine king's heroic bearing? If one were to ask the entire world, how many people like him could be found? At this moment, he had long lost his connection with the leaf fire divine furnace. That mysterious furnace seemed to have a life of its own as it followed the divine king along with the eternal universe furnace. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. No one could calm down. The peerless God King had stunned the world and made everyone's heart surge with emotions. In the sky, a lonely figure walked over. The bloodstains on his white clothes were all gone, and his black hair danced in the wind. The divine king did not have the joy of victory after a great battle. Instead, there was only endless loneliness and sorrow. He arrived in front of the dragon transformation pool. Everyone knelt down, showing him great respect. Everyone was extremely moved. The divine king let them get up. Then, he came before the broken pieces of blood. With a light shout, his body shone with boundless light and completely purified the place. Ancestor divine king, don't be sad. All the disciples came to save you willingly. Being able to help is their greatest wish, Jiang Yun consoled. Jiang Yun advised. He did not wish for the divine king to expend his life essence and damage his already weakened body. I don't know if reincarnation and reincarnation exist. If there is, I have already used the forbidden technique from the ancient scriptures to ensure their safe passage. Jiang Taishu was sad. These descendants had all died for him. Ancestor divine king, you don't have to be like this. The ninth bandit Jiang Yi also came forward to console him. The past life is fabricated, and the next life is ethereal. Man can only strive for the present. The peerless God King's face was full of exhaustion. Then, he collapsed stiffly. Ancestor divine king. Everyone turned pale with fright. There was chaos. When the sky was about to brighten, the divine king woke up. He rushed into the sky and with a violent shake, scarlet light flooded the god city. Boom! The divine might of the extreme path fluctuated and finally disappeared completely. The god city that had been suppressed was unsealed and finally connected to the outside world. Yi Fan did not say anything else. He immediately took out the profound jade platform and was about to cross the void. He felt that the divine king's condition was not good. He could not be sure what kind of great waves would be caused when the god city was unsealed. You don't have to leave. The divine king's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to stop his movements. Little friend, we have not repaid your great kindness. Don't leave. The people of the Jiang family also spoke up to stop him. The moment the god city was unsealed, people constantly crossed the void and left. The news spread in all directions. The north region was shaken, the eastern barren was shaken, and the central plains was also shaken. On this day, the world was shocked. 13 Saint Lords were killed by one person in a single night. This was like a fantasy story. Almost no one dared to believe that the most terrifying earthquake had ever happened in the Eastern Barren. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was filled with fear. Many sects were alarmed. The resurrected divine king had caused such a terrifying result. As long as it was a cultivator, they would be terrified. The Central Plains was also in an uproar. Who was the sovereign of the eventide? He was a heaven-bestowed king who had looked down on the world for more than 4,000 years. It was rare for him to meet his match, but in the end, he died in the Eastern Barren like his brother. There were rumors in the world that the Sun's sovereign and the sovereign of the eventide were invincible when they combined. They were kings who complemented each other. Unfortunately, they were killed before they could achieve such a grand occasion. However, people were looking forward to their descendants. Who knew, there might be 2 more kings. The Eastern Barren was shaken. All the major factions could not calm down. The Jiang family's Saint Lord was the first to rush over. Jiang Ren, you still have the face to come? Look at the situation now, the 9th bandit shouted. He had rebelled against the Jiang family and was directly related to the Saint Lord's faction. It's not that I don't want to come, but that I can't. Do you know what happened to the family? A great enemy came, and many terrifying figures appeared to confront us. The family's trump card was almost used up. What? Jiang Yun was shocked. Greetings, Divine King Ancestor. Jiang Ren knelt down. Jiang Taishu nodded and let him get up. He did not leave the god city. Instead, he waited for all the Saint Lords to come. Only a peerless divine king would dare to do so. The Alcade Saint requests an audience. The Ji family Saint requests an audience. The Thousand Beginnings Saint requests an audience. The Purple Mansion Saint requests an audience. All the saint lords rushed into the god's city and requested an audience with the divine king. Why are they all here? Not a single one died. A young man from the Jiang family muttered. He was immediately reprimanded by an elder. A saint lord was not the same as a real saint lord. It could be some other top cultivator, or even someone from the middle ground. As the sun rose, the divine king carried fairy Rosy Cloud into the sky. He looked at the rising sun on the horizon, motionless. In the god's city, none of the saint lords dared to be dissatisfied. They all waited quietly. The sun rose from the east, and after noon, it slowly set in the west. The sunset was like blood, dyeing half the sky red. The divine king held fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms, motionless as he looked at the setting sun. Brother Taishu, back then, you found the earthly fate fruit for me to replenish my lifespan. You wanted me to live with you for 4,000 years, and die together. I waited for you. Unfortunately, I can't see you come back to life with my own eyes. These murmurs echoed in the divine king's ears. I really want to walk with you under the setting sun, but unfortunately, there's no time. You'll never hear my voice again. The corner of the divine king's eyes sparkled. After being trapped for 4,000 years, his heart was already as hard as steel, but he was still grieving. The moment the sunset disappeared, his white hair was as white as snow. It was especially eye-catching in the night, but he did not say a word. Ancestor divine king, the people below exclaimed. Fairy Rosy Cloud disappeared from the divine king's pure land. Jiang Taishu stepped down. His face was like jade at the moment, but his hair was snow-white. Greetings, divine king. All the saint lords bowed at the same time with great respect. Then, they all opened their mouths and swore to the heavens that everything that happened last night had nothing to do with the sacred grounds. The sacred grounds that possessed extreme weapons tried their best to prove their innocence, even producing conclusive evidence. The divine king's beauty had died tragically. If he were to attack mercilessly with the eternal universe furnace, it would be an unimaginably terrible disaster. Representatives from all the major forces came, and many people came to pay their respects. Suddenly, someone was shocked and said, "The sacred body of the ancients. How dare he hide here?" Ouyang Ye's body was like a block of wood, but he was infinitely close to being a source master. He had almost cultivated the heavenly eye, so he immediately noticed Yi Fan in the crowd. Many people from the sacred grounds came, and many of them stood in the distance. Many murderous auras burst out at the same time. Do you want to kill him? Jiang Taishu, who was sitting in the center of the hall, asked. Senior Divine King, he has the sacred body of the ancients and has committed many evil deeds. All the sacred grounds are after him. Ouyang Yi said. Reporting to the Divine King, the sacred body of the ancients deserves death. He has committed many crimes, and the top 10 young fighters of the Alcade hidden bloodline were all killed by him. The supreme elder of the Ji family was burned to ashes by him. How dare you come to this place? Many people spoke with endless murderous intent. All eyes were on Yi Fan. How dare you? Are you talking about him, or are you talking about yourselves? The Divine King spoke and glanced at everyone. No one dared to look him in the eye. Divine King, you. Someone gathered his courage and asked. He saved my life. Killing him is equivalent to killing me. Do you want to kill him? The Divine King's voice was sonorous and forceful, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Chapter 400. The hall was dead silent. Killing Yi Fan was equivalent to killing Jiang Taishu. Who would dare to kill a divine king nowadays? 13 divine lords, 3 peerless old monsters, and a king of Zhongzhou were all killed by him alone. It shocked the world overnight. Who would dare to stand up at this moment? How did this happen? When did Yi Fan save the divine king's life? This was the question that many people were confused about. For the past few days, all the cultivators in the city had been searching for Yi Fan's whereabouts, but he ended up having such a relationship with the extremely powerful divine king. How did he do it? Could it be wrong? How could he have saved the Divine King's life? Someone murmured in a low voice. Jiang Yun said, many enemies came to attack, and the Divine King's ancestor was in danger. Yi Fan used the true dragon elixir to save the ancestor, allowing him to be reborn in the dragon transformation pool. The true dragon elixir. Many people gasped when they heard these words. They were inexplicably shocked. This was the legendary primordial elixir. How did Yi Fan have such a thing? People quickly realized his identity. Not only did he have the sacred body of the ancients, but he was also a genius who inherited the original technique from the Yuan Taoist master. He had once cut out the seed of the elixir. However, even so, people were still shocked. The immortal elixir was something that even the sacred grounds did not have, but Yi Fan had obtained 2 of them. It was too unbelievable. If they could control him, what would that mean for a holy land? It would bring great benefits. If they could plant an immortal elixir, they might be able to cultivate a great emperor. Many people knew that Yi Fan had the source qi. Now that they learned all this, they realized that the value of the sacred body of the ancients was much greater than they had imagined. All the sacred grounds and major forces had chased him for such a long time, but they had gotten nothing. Now that they saw Yi Fan being protected by the Divine King, many people were very unwilling to accept it. At the same time, many people from major forces suddenly had the idea that perhaps they could get more benefits by winning over the sacred body of the ancients. Ouyang Ye's body was withered, and he was infinitely close to the Earth Source Master level. Although he was already in his twilight years, he was extremely eager for the divine tome of the origin. He said, I beg the Divine King to uphold justice. What do you want? Jiang Taishu remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping downwards. Ouyang Yi said, the sacred physique bullied a descendant of my Genesis technique family, but he saved the Divine King's life. I don't dare to blame him, but I would like to ask him to return my Genesis technique family's heavenly source book. Standing in the crowd, Yi Fan disdainfully swept a glance at him and said, you wanted to kill me in a Genesis technique match, but unfortunately your skills are inferior. In the end, you're blaming me for bullying you. What kind of logic is this? Ouyang Hua said, this old man does not wish to get entangled in these grudges. I only wish to find my Genesis technique clan's unparalleled secret book. Yi Fan calmly asked, since when did the Origin Heaven book become an ancient scripture of your Genesis technique clans? This is clearly the divine canon left by the Yuan Taoist master. Don't you feel ashamed when you say these words? Genesis techniques have always been one since ancient times. The Origin Heaven book belongs to the Genesis technique world, not a cultivator like you. So, this old man asks you to return it. Ouyang Yi argued. Yi Fan swept a glance at him and said, according to what you said, cultivation techniques have always been one since ancient times. Do you think I can ask for an ancient scripture from the various sacred grounds? Also, this book was lent to me by the descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. What does it have to do with you? The descendant of the Yuan Taoist master lent it to you. How is that possible? You must have stolen it. A young disciple of a Genesis technique clan could not help but rebuke. Humph. The Divine King coldly snorted. The disciple's face immediately paled and he hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to speak anymore. I am very clear about the origin of the Origin Heaven book. Your Genesis technique clans have no reason to fight over it. After saying these words, the Divine King no longer paid attention to them. Ouyang Yi opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not dare to say another word. The Divine King's might terrified him. All the sacred grounds were silent. Not a single person mentioned the grudge between them and Yi Fan. They would not be like the Genesis technique clans and get into trouble at this juncture. I have heard that Yi Fan has a grudge with the Ji clan. I am willing to resolve it. Is there any room for discussion? The Divine King suddenly spoke and looked at the Ji clan's sacred lord. Divine King, please understand. There are indeed some disputes. He has learned the secret of the ancient void scripture. Of course, some members of the Ji clan have reacted too aggressively. The Ji clan's sacred lord was neither servile nor overbearing. I see. Divine King Jiang nodded. He then looked at Yi Fan and said, "Can you promise the Ji clan's sacred lord that you will never teach the secret of the ancient void scripture to anyone?" Yi Fan knew that the Divine King was helping him and doing him a great favor. How could he not know what was good for him? He said, "Thank you, Divine King. I swear I will never teach the secret of the ancient void scripture to anyone." "Good. Go to the Ji clan and ask for forgiveness." Divine King Jiang nodded. He then looked at the Ji clan's sacred lord and said, "If he divulges the secret of the ancient void scripture, I will kill him myself." What do you think? What could the Ji clan's sacred lord say? It was obvious that the Divine King wanted to protect Yi Fan. After receiving such a guarantee, the wisest choice was to nod. This guy. In the crowd far away, Ji Ziyue, who was dressed in purple, ground her teeth and stared at Yi Fan. Ji Haoyue frowned slightly and said, "Ziyue, why are you stepping on my foot?" "Oh, wrong." Ji Ziyue stuck out her tongue. Dimples appeared on her pretty face. She made a face at her brother and giggled. He turned around and looked at the Alcade sacred lord. He said, "Yi Fan has a conflict with the Alcade clan's young disciple?" The Alcade sacred lord nodded and explained what happened in detail. He then said, "He doesn't have much of a grudge with us. It's just a fight between the young generation." Strictly speaking, the Alcade clan's disciple coveted the source chi on Yi Fan first. How could the Alcade sacred lord investigate this? Otherwise, it was very likely that he would lose face. "Once this is over, go to the Alcade sacred lord and ask for forgiveness," Divine King Jiang said to Yi Fan. "I will obey the Divine King's orders." Yi Fan's face was solemn and serious, but he was smiling inside. The Divine King had exonerated him and told him to go and ask for forgiveness. He didn't really have to go. Divine King Jiang looked at the Alcade sacred lord and said, "Let the young generation solve their own grudges." What do you think? The Alcade sacred lord nodded. He naturally wouldn't say much. Killing Yi Fan was equivalent to killing the Divine King. Since Jiang Taishu had already said this, how could he pursue this matter? Divine King Jiang's hair was as white as snow. He looked to be in his 20s. He sat high up on the throne. His unparalleled charm had been passed down for thousands of years. At this moment, many young girls admired him. Their eyes were shining, but no one dared to say anything because the difference in status and identity was too great. Suddenly, a long roar pierced the sky and approached the divine city. It was like an endless sea of thunder surging rapidly. Rock roar in the sky. Everyone knew who had come. It was the Rock King, a famous and horrifying figure of the demon clan. Swish! With a flash of light, a powerful old man in a golden Taoist robe appeared in the hall. His long golden hair was like a burning fire. He was tall and strong, and his eyes were like two sharp swords. He stood tall and straight. Everyone was shocked. The roar was still outside the city, but he had already rushed into the divine city. One could imagine how terrifying his speed was. Obviously, he had already learned about the situation. As soon as he entered the hall, he stared at Yi Fan. The golden light in his eyes flickered. Jiang Yin asked, "Rock King, why are you here?" The Rock King stood tall and straight. His golden Taoist robe shone brightly. He bowed to the Divine King at the top of the hall and stared at Yi Fan again. He came specifically for the little Rock King. He rushed here as soon as he learned that the sacred body of the ancients had appeared. The little Rock King was so talented that many people said he would walk the path of the great emperor. The Rock King liked him very much, so he would not allow him to be imprisoned. Some of my Alcade disciples are also being suppressed by the sacred body. I hope you can release them, the Alcade saint said. Yi Fan suddenly became the center of attention. Everyone looked at him. The little Rock King and the Alcade saint were all geniuses. They could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. Even though everyone knew that Yi Fan suppressed two powerful figures under extraordinary circumstances, they still showed a strange expression. Divine King Jiang was a little surprised. He glanced at Yifan and said, "Let them out." He took out the divine fire cauldron and flew it to Yifan. Flames flowed on the cauldron. The body of the cauldron was branded with the mark of the divine bird and the sun. It was simple but close to the great path. 9 ancient characters were carved on the cauldron's lid. They were mysterious and abstruse, making it impossible to decipher their meaning. It was because of their existence that the cauldron was sealed. All the saints and saintesses were staring at Yifan. Many of the elders were also staring at him without blinking. Their gazes were all focused on him. Yifan did not care. He took the divine fire cauldron with a calm expression. He used a special technique to erase the 9 characters and sent them flying. Boom! The divine fire was monstrous. The cauldron's lid shot up into the sky. The entire sky was scorching, turning into a sea of fire. It was as if an ocean was surging. 3 figures turned into 3 divine rainbows and leaped into the void. An extremely powerful divine might covered the sky. They were like 3 gods. Endless divine light bloomed around them, making it impossible for people to look at them directly. Boom! The 3 peak experts of the younger generation moved at the same time. They charged at Yifan together. They were like 3 terrifying stars colliding from outer space, making people tremble uncontrollably. Bang! The Supreme God King took action. A large hand reached out and covered the 3 of them. The ocean-like fluctuations immediately disappeared, and everything became calm. "Don't be rude." The Pen King and the Alcade Saint Lord shouted. They were afraid that the 3 of them did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and offended the God King. If that happened, even they wouldn't be able to save them. "Brother Peng, Brother Alcade, sorry for the offense," Yifan said. The little Pen King was tall and majestic. His aura was oppressive. Golden divine flames burned around his body. His eyes were like sharp swords, filled with wildness. He held the heavy great desolate halberd in his hand. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were terrifying. He was like a demon lord that had crossed the heavens. He roared at the sky. His killing intent shot up into the sky. He stared at Yifan, and endless killing intent surged out. On the other side, the Alcade Saint Lord was surrounded by endless holy light. He was like a god. He stood in the air with a total of 108 rings of light around him, making him seem holy and peaceful. At the same time, there was a trembling aura. The Alcade Saint Lord was like an immortal king that had descended into the mortal world. Many people with weaker cultivations couldn't help but want to worship him. He seemed like he was looking down on all living things. He was transcendent and dignified. The charm of an immortal king made many people of the older generation shudder. "Fairy Yao Shi, your charm has become even more enchanting. You can be said to be the most beautiful in the world." Yifan smiled at the Alcade Saint Lord. Yao Shi was bright and otherworldly. She was like a fairy that had descended into the world. Her beauty was unmatched, and her skin was like jade. She gave off a feeling of infinite distance. She was clearly standing right in front of them, but she gave off the illusion that she was far away. Her flawless beauty made it seem like she could never be approached. Chapter 401. The Alcade Saint, the Little Pen King, and Yao Shi were all top figures of the younger generation. Now that they had broken free from the divine fire cauldron, their murderous intent soared into the sky. They had been trapped in the divine fire cauldron for several months without any daylight, suffering the pain of the divine fire eating away at their bones. To them, it was a torture they had never experienced before. They were all peerless geniuses, so they had never had such an experience. They looked down on their peers, and no matter where they went, they were surrounded by people. It was the first time in their lives that they had been suppressed. Moreover, it was a small cultivator whose cultivation was far inferior to theirs. Thinking of this, they were enraged, and their murderous intent filled the air. They are all amazing geniuses, and their future achievements are immeasurable. Divine King Jiang nodded gently. The golden-winged little Peng had clearly received the old Pen King's sound transmission and warning. But, he was born with a wild and unruly nature. He grasped the great desolate halberd in his right hand and pointed it towards the southern skies, shouting, "God King, I refuse to accept this." "What do you have to accept?" The divine king sat in the hall and asked calmly. "Why are you protecting him like this?" "I want to fight with him. If I win, I will spare his life. Is that okay?" His golden hair danced in the wind as he lowered the great desolate halberd and pointed it at Yifan. Endless murderous intent rushed out like raging waves. The little Peng King's wild nature was hard to tame. Many older figures nodded to themselves for daring to speak like this in front of the peerless divine king with the great desolate halberd. They believed that he was definitely a promising young man. The divine king was not displeased. Instead, he showed some appreciation and said, "You can fight with him. As long as he breaks into the 4 extreme secret realms, anyone in the younger generation can fight him to the death." As soon as the divine king said this, there was an uproar. Was the sacred body of the ancients breaking into the 4 extreme secret realms really realistic? However, no one dared to refute him. The little Peng King's golden eyes were full of murderous intent as he stared at Yifan. He wanted to say something, but the old rock king made his move. He stretched out a golden claw and instantly covered the sky, grabbing the little Peng King. Who dared to disrespect the peerless divine king? If he was too impudent and angered the god king, no one would be able to save him. Yaoguang's saint child was like the god of the sun. Even his hair was dyed with golden light. His temperament and charm were especially outstanding. He was really like a god walking in the world. "Very well. I look forward to seeing you enter the 4 levels secret realms, Brother Yi, break the curse that has been around for centuries, and let the sacred body of the ancients shine once again." His expression was calm and peaceful. Surrounded by 108 divine rings, he looked almost like a god. The Alcade Saint calmly returned behind the Alcade Saint sovereign. People were shocked to find that the number of divine rings he had was the same as the Alcade's sacred lord, even though they weren't as bright. Yao Shi's immortal appearance was untainted, her appearance capable of toppling countries. There was a deity-like light flame throbbing between her brows, making the older generation figures feel great shock, all of them revealing looks of shock. She also retreated to the side, as if she was walking in the Moon Palace. Her clothes were spotless, and she was elegant and otherworldly. Her phoenix eyes swept over Yifan without saying anything. As long as Yifan entered the 4 levels secret realms, he would definitely have to face the 3 most terrifying figures of the younger generation. In the near future, there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Divine King Jiang opened his mouth and said, "If we were to talk about it in detail, the 3 of you have all benefited from your misfortune. You have obtained a trace of the great emperor's comprehension in the divine fire cauldron." As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The grand hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. The comprehension of the great emperor was priceless in the world. Is this true? Some of the older figures' voices were already trembling. The comprehension of the great emperor was something that cultivators dreamed of. It was a bright path that could lead to the pinnacle of the extreme path, and it was a supreme spiritual imprint that could help people become saints. "It's just a trace, but it's enough for them to understand," Divine King Jiang said. "What is the origin of the divine fire cauldron?" Everyone was inexplicably shocked and eager to know. "It is a weapon used by great Emperor Hang Yu in his early years. Although it is not an extreme path sacred weapon, it contains the great Emperor's Tao," Divine King Jiang revealed the truth. Everyone was dumbfounded. The divine fire cauldron was actually a weapon used by an ancient great emperor. It had accompanied him as he grew up. It was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Yifan was also very surprised. He finally understood why this cauldron was immortal. It contained the great emperor's Tao and possessed unimaginable power. If it could be used, it could destroy the world. The Jiang family's supreme sacred cauldron was based on this cauldron. After great Emperor Hang Yu collected the phoenix blood gold, he went deep into the Sunset Ridge and painstakingly forged the ultimate sacred weapon. Tracing back to its origin, the sacred cauldron's predecessor was the divine fire cauldron. The grudge has been resolved, Divine King Jiang said. He then asked casually, there won't be anyone else, right? This. Yi Fan wanted to say something but hesitated. It's fine. No matter who else is, let them out and I will resolve it for you, Divine King Jiang said. Yi Fan firmly believed that there were no walls in this world that didn't have ears, especially those divine lords. They all had heaven-defying secret arts that could use special methods to investigate the truth. He thought about it and decided to take this opportunity to get rid of his burden. He would let Divine King Jiang help him completely so that it wouldn't lead to a disaster in the future. Swoosh! Light flashed. An ancient gold pagoda appeared, hovering in the air with brilliant lights. From a distance, Su Tianxiong, the third greatest bandit of the northern region, was bewildered. He didn't think that his grandson would be involved in this matter. He had forged this pagoda himself. He would never mistake it. Tu Fei had subdued Su Yuan, and Yi Fan had given the ancient pagoda to the Black King. However, he felt that it wasn't appropriate. He was afraid that Tu Fei would be affected, so he retrieved it. Su Tianxiong strode forward. Even the divine lords were afraid of him. His ranking was higher than the Blue Flood Dragon King. His competence was immeasurable. Swoosh! Light flashed, and Su Yuan was released. As soon as he saw Su Tianxiong, he let out a loud cry, then pointed at Yi Fan, who was off in the distance. Pack! Su Tianxiong slapped him. Because he had just searched his grandson's sea of consciousness, he understood everything. Su Yuan had asked for it. Grandpa! Su Yuan screamed. Not far from him, Su Heng, the top expert of the 13 great bandits' descendants, came forward and pulled his little brother away, not giving him a chance to speak. Divine King Jiang didn't say anything. He understood the ways of the world and didn't need to resolve anything to know that the Su family was in the wrong. He asked Yi Fan, did you seal anyone else? Yi Fan was a bit embarrassed. He opened his mouth to say something. Many people wanted to laugh. Looking at him, there must be more. How many people had this kid sealed? Divine King Jiang was also surprised. No problem. Let them out. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. This time, he was straightforward. He released Leroy, the light-shaking saint candidate, and quickly retreated. Yi Fan! Leroy shouted. He didn't understand the situation and was about to charge forward and risk his life. The light-shaking Saint Master snorted coldly. She stretched out a hand, grabbed him, and sealed him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not only had Yi Fan suppressed the light-shaking Saint Master and the light-shaking Saint Daughter, but he had even captured the light-shaking Saint Candidate. This was too ruthless. The expressions of those from the light-shaking Holy Land were not very good. This wasn't something to be proud of. Yi Fan had basically become the public enemy of the younger generation of the light-shaking Holy Land. Don't tell me there are more. Divine King Jiang had only asked casually. He didn't think there were more. Yi Fan nodded awkwardly. Even he felt a bit embarrassed. The others suddenly had the urge to spit out their food. There really were more. How many people had this kid sealed? Many people's mouths twitched. Divine King Jiang was almost speechless. He couldn't help but glance at him. He was really surprised. In the distance, and Miaoi covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes were moving. She was extremely charming and charming. Her smile could topple a country. The white-clothed little nun's large eyes blinked as she looked at Yi Fan strangely. The little golden creature on her shoulder was extremely human-like. It was convulsing with laughter, making fun of Yi Fan. Brother Gu, he. The prince of the Xia kingdom shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Yao Yuekong smiled and said, it's time to call him little brother Yi. This time, Yi Fan released more than 10 girls. All of them were surrounded by purple mist and emitted purple light. They obviously came from a holy land, the Purple Kingdom. It's finally over. Divine King Jiang muttered to himself. His tone was more or less helpless. He didn't understand how Yi Fan had suppressed so many people. Please forgive me, Divine King. There's more. Yi Fan looked at the Divine King guiltily. There's more? Divine King Jiang was so angry that he almost laughed. The others couldn't hold it in anymore. Many people burst into laughter. The saints and saintesses all revealed strange expressions. This B** starred was too cruel. How many people had he sealed? This guy is too evil. He suppressed so many people with him. Ji Ziyue's big eyes curved into crescent moons. Then, she shook Ji Haoyue's arm and said, "Fortunately, brother is not among them." Ji Haoyue was quite speechless. He glared at his sister. This time, Yi Fan took out a purple gold gourd. The moment he opened the mouth of the gourd, Jiang Yichen fell out, looking very embarrassed. Even the descendant of the Divine King was suppressed. The Jiang family was speechless. Many cultivators wanted to laugh, but they resisted the impulse. Jiang Yichen didn't know what was going on. As soon as he came out, he saw many elders and was about to fall out with Yi Fan. Jiang Yifei hurried forward and pulled him out of the crowd. He was afraid that the Divine King would kill such a descendant in anger. Divine King Jiang stared at Yi Fan. He was completely angry because he realized that Yi Fan wanted to say something. He said, "Do you want to tell me that there's more?" "It's definitely the last one." Yi Fan was almost sweating. For the first time, he felt uncomfortable suppressing so many people. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't help but laugh and stare at him. The saints and saintesses looked at each other. They felt that this bastard was born to be at odds with the Holy Land. If it wasn't the saints, then it was the saintesses. They didn't know whose turn it was this time. Yi Fan took out a scroll sealed in the diamond chakram and sent it into the void. Inside, there was a young girl in a purple dress. She was ethereal and hazy, as if she was about to ascend to immortality. Once the mountain and river diagram appeared, many people exclaimed. The saints and saintesses were all shocked. This was a divine item left behind by the previous divine lord of the purple government. Its power was unparalleled. He actually forced goddess Zixia into the mountain and river diagram. The purple government saintess is of the connate stage of Tao. She stands at the peak of the younger generation. Even she has been sealed. Once the connate stage of Tao becomes a divine lord and merges the body with the Tao, no matter how powerful you are, you can only be suppressed. The further you go, the more invincible she becomes. Swoosh! The purple mansion saintess flew out. Her breathtakingly beautiful face flashed and disappeared. She was once again shrouded by the purple mist. She was like a fairy, and every move she made was filled with the charm of the Tao. This was the connate stage of Tao. Even on a normal day, she was in a state of being one with the world. Every move she made was filled with the charm of the Tao. What a pity. She came out before the connate stage of Tao was born. Li Heishui muttered in a corner. Many people were petrified. She was going to give birth to a connate stage of Tao? This was truly a shocking piece of news. Li Heishui, you bastard, are you trying to get me killed? Yi Fan cursed in his heart and hurriedly explained, not yet. No, there is no such thing. Wrong, I have no such intention. The more he tried to explain, the worse it became. Beside him, the purple mansion's sacred leader's face darkened. The connate stage of Tao was the future prodigy of Eastern wilderness. He did not want anything to happen to it. Behind him, the purple mansion saint's face darkened. He had been suppressed by the saintess since he was young, and his cultivation level was no match for her. Now that he heard this news, he was naturally filled with anger. The purple mansion saintess had a quiet and tranquil temperament. However, she was a little angry now. She said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" In the grand hall, the people present looked at each other, and many people smiled. Actually, we can consider such a marriage alliance. Perhaps it can really give birth to the strongest constitution, Divine King Jiang suddenly said. This is. All the sacred leaders were shocked. If I am not wrong, the Archwusher might be the Khanate stage of Tao, Divine King Jiang said. Everyone was shocked. Who in this world knew the Archwusher better than the Divine King? He had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for 4,000 years. He must have learned many secrets. It was even possible that he had obtained the Archwusher's imprint and inheritance. Everyone wanted to know the Purple Mountain secret. In this world, only he knew it the best. However, no one dared to force him. The 13 sacred leaders, the 3 old monsters, and the King of the Night were examples. Divine King Jiang stared at Yi Fan and said, "Do you want to walk the path of the Archwusher? Defeat all monarchs, suppress all constitutions, fight all the way to the sage level, and fight his way to the arch level." Everyone was shocked. Did the Archwusher fight his way to the arch level like this? The Divine King mentioned the Thearch's secret again. Yi Fan had offended all the sacred grounds. In the future, there would definitely be a huge battle with all the saints and saintesses. Even the Divine Kings would not be able to protect him forever. In reality, Yi Fan was also guessing how long the Divine King could live. He felt that something was wrong. The white-robed Divine King had fought all the peerless experts in one night. It was too amazing. It gave people the feeling that the setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but the curtains were about to fall. After the primordial era, the world has changed. The saint physique has fallen, and it no longer has its former glory. Divine King Jiang stared at Yi Fan and said, "I will give you millions of kilograms of source to help you break through to the 4 extreme secret realm. Whether you can break the shackles and how far you can go will depend on yourself." The crowd was in an uproar after hearing this. They were extremely shocked. The Divine King was going to make a move. Was he trying to create a miracle? Some even guessed that he really did not have much time left. He would make a series of big moves soon. Chapter 402. The peerless Divine King was going to spend millions of kilograms of source power to help Yi Fan enter the secret realm of the 4 extremes. It was an astronomical figure that shocked everyone. For hundreds of thousands of years, the sacred physique had faded into obscurity. No one had been able to cultivate it to the great accomplishment and had lost the invincible aura of countless years ago. Was the Divine King going to change all this? That's great. Li Haishui stood in the corner and clenched his fists. With Jiang Taishu's support, who could stop him? This was such shocking news that many people began to discuss it. Perhaps the long-lost sacred physique would appear again. People had gradually forgotten about it since the Antiquity Age. If a supreme figure who looked down on the world reappeared, what kind of waves would it cause? "I want to resolve your grievances. Is there anything else you want to say?" The Divine King in white glanced at the saints. Who would dare to go against him? The Divine King had already said that killing Yi Fan was the same as killing him. No one would want to die. How could anyone not know when to back off and go against him? Brother Yi might really become the first sacred physique to enter the secret realm of the 4 extremes since the Antiquity Age, the Prince of Xia murmured to himself from afar. Yao Yuekong also nodded and said, "Brother Ye's life as a fugitive is finally over. If he enters the secret realm of the 4 extremes, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of combat power he will have. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to break into the secret realm of the 4 extremes. The Divine King has already said that the world has changed and is no longer suitable for the sacred physique of the ancients." Some people disagreed and held the opposite view. Even if he can break through, he will have many enemies. The heavenly demon physique, the innate Taoism fetus, the divine physique. With so many king-type physiques coexisting, who can tell which one is stronger? It was very likely that an extremely prosperous era would come. Everyone had such a feeling. And Miaoyi chuckled. She was so charming that her smile could make all the women in the world pale in comparison. The saints and saintesses were also surprised. If all kinds of king-type physiques were to appear, they would be under endless pressure, and there would be no shortage of battles. Many people glanced at the Little Peng King, the Alcade Saint, the Ji Clan's Divine King physique, the Sky Demon Young Master, the Gold Clan's Jin Qishao, the innate Taoism fetus, and the others. Many people had already heard that there were other powerful constitutions, and no one knew what kind of competition there would be in the future. Since no one has any objections, let everything of the past go with the wind. The Supreme God King glanced past everyone. I'll go gather 5 million kilograms of source stones, the Jiang clan's holy lord said. Even though he was extremely unwilling in his heart, since the Divine King had spoken, he could only do so. The Divine King nodded and said, send it to the Dragon Evolution Pool. That's the sacred pond where a fish breaks out of its cocoon and becomes a butterfly, a fish leaps into a dragon. Yi Fan had already returned the leaf fire divine furnace. Just by itself, it was worth this amount. The Divine King knew this, because there were Tao patterns carved by the Eternal Universe Great Emperor inside, and some of his cultivation insights. Hangyu Heavenly Monarch had used this weapon since he was young, all the way until he became a Heavenly Monarch. It had accompanied him for most of his life, and this furnace had witnessed his glory, accompanying him step by step towards the peak. If he used his heart to comprehend it, he might be able to benefit from it for a lifetime. All the sacred lords were shocked. The peerless Divine King was decisive and did not want to delay at all. This made them very uneasy. Could the sacred body of the ancients really make a breakthrough? If it succeeded, there was no doubt that Yi Fan would be tied to the 2 invincible ancient chariots of the Jiang clan, and the sacred grounds would not have an easy time in the future. The others looked at each other in fear. Perhaps the Divine King really did not have much time left, and he might make a series of big moves. They could not afford to offend him at such a critical moment. Everyone, you may leave now. The Divine King sent the guests off. In the grand hall, the young disciples of the Jiang clan looked at Yi Fan with strange eyes. The Divine King had come back to life and favored him, which made them deeply jealous. After the unrelated people left, the Jiang clan wanted to ask about the secrets of the Purple Mountain Emperor. Unfortunately, the Divine King did not mention a word from beginning to end, and no one dared to ask. You're quite considerate, the Divine King said to Yi Fan. His words contained many meanings. Yi Fan learned the 9 secrets of the Purple Mountain, then went to the Jiang clan to deliver the letter, and saved him with the true dragon divine medicine. Everything was to repay the Divine King's kindness. I will never forget the Divine King's kindness. Yi Fan bowed with sincerity. Neither of them mentioned the 9 secrets because it was a matter of great importance. There were many things that did not need to be said, and there was no need to point it out. Many cultivators of the Jiang clan did not know about it. The Divine King saw that Yi Fan wanted to say something but hesitated, so he asked, is there something difficult? I wonder if the Divine King can save the extreme Yin physique. Yi Fan thought of little Ting Ting and was very worried that she would die prematurely. Now, even though he still had the Qilin seed, it was not a mature divine medicine, so it could not solve the crisis. Extreme Yin physique? The Divine King was startled. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes as he asked, who is she, and where is she? She is your descendant, Divine King. Yi Fan said in detail. The Jiang clan members revealed strange expressions after hearing this. Some of the older generation spoke up and explained little Ting Ting's background in detail. My descendant actually has such a physique. The Divine King nodded. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, landing on his spotless white robe. It was a ghastly sight. Ancestor Divine King! Everyone exclaimed, and their expressions changed. Although the Divine King had been revived, they had always been worried. They felt that there was something wrong with the Divine King's state. Everyone was afraid that he was like the sunset glow in the sky, dazzling for a moment before returning to eternal darkness. I'm fine. The Divine King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort. 2 beams of resplendent divine light shot out from his eyes. He reached out a large hand and grabbed at the void, pulling out 7 or 8 figures. With a raise of his hand, they were all turned into ashes. Who dares to spy on our Divine King? Everyone rushed out of the hall. There's no one else. The Divine King waved his hand. Divine King, you. The Jiang clan members were very nervous. As long as the peerless divine king was alive, he would intimidate the entire Eastern Barren territory. If he died, it would be an immeasurable loss. The divine king did not say anything more. He walked out of the hall and looked into the distant horizon. He said, "I need to leave for a few days to visit some old places." Hearing this, everyone became even more worried. Was he going to visit old places to fulfill his final wish? Many people had a bad premonition. "Divine King, I have the Qilin seed." Yi Fan spoke. He did not want the divine king to die and wanted to preserve his life with the divine medicine. The divine king shook his head and walked away step by step. His figure was filled with loneliness and desolation. Many people wanted to chase after him, but they found that he disappeared with each step. He appeared in the sky in an instant, and they could not catch up at all. Many people saw the divine king leave the divine city with fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms. His figure was incomparably lonely as he disappeared into the boundless sea of clouds. After the divine king left, the 9th bandit Jiang Yi asked everything about little Tingting. "She is the descendant of my elder brother Jiang Zhe." He was very excited. He then grabbed a few disciples of the Jiang clan and directly searched their sea of consciousness, learning everything. He was immediately furious. "The widow and grandfather are the only two bloodlines of my elder brother. How dare you treat them like this?" Jiang Yi was unable to restrain his anger. He came to the side of the Jiang clan's holy lord and pointed at their noses and cursed. His spittle even splashed on their faces. "Tingting is 100 times more precious than your descendants. If anything happens, I'll kill every descendant that comes out. If 2 come out, I'll kill both of them." He was truly angry. "Also, Jiang Haixing is my elder brother Jiang Zhe's only son. I am his uncle. Immediately invite him back to the Jiang clan. Even if he is not a cultivator, you have to give me spiritual medicine to raise him. If he does not live to 1,000 years old, I'll kill all your sons." The Jiang Haixing Jiang Yi spoke of was naturally Uncle Jiang. He had been searching for them for many years but had never found them. The faces of many people in the Jiang clan turned green. Letting a mortal live to 1,000 years old? Was he trying to defy the heavens? How many people could do this? "Soon, I'll go see them. If they are not happy living, I'll take them away and kill your unfilial descendants." The 9th bandit was a man of his word. Otherwise, he would not have directly rebelled against the Jiang clan. At this moment, he was holding the ancient sky-devouring demon jar and cursing the elders of the Jiang clan. "You can rest assured with me here." Jiang Yun appeared and stopped Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did not disrespect him. After scanning the crowd, he pulled Jiang Yichen out of the crowd and slapped him 4 times. "Kid, you better behave yourself. If you dare to be rude to Tingting or disrespect Haixing again, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones." Jiang Yi scolded Jiang Yi. Jiang Yichen's face was pale, but he did not dare say a word. He knew this ancestor's temperament very well. There were too many legends about the 9th bandit. If he dared to contradict him, he would definitely lose his life, even if his grandfather was a mighty figure. Everyone present knew that little Tingting would definitely be one of the most precious princesses of the Jiang clan. Not to mention the divine king's attitude, even this ancestor of his couldn't be provoked. Yi Fan left. That night, many people invited him to celebrate. With the help of the divine king, no one dared to have any ideas about him, and no one dared to provoke him. Pang Bo only secretly transmitted his voice to him once and did not appear. After all, having more trump cards meant a bit more safety. 2 days later, Tu Fei and the large black dog crossed through the void and entered the holy city. Yi Fan personally went to welcome them. The large black dog was naturally not easy to deal with. After entering the city, he greeted everyone, especially when he saw the disciples of the Holy Land. He was extremely enthusiastic. "Woof, long time no see. I missed you. Who needs you to miss me?" None of the disciples of the Holy Land had good expressions. This evil dog had left a shadow in many of them. Woof, I know you. We used to have a romantic relationship. Who did that with you? Some female disciples were extremely angry. Woof, have you forgotten? It was on that snowy night with cold winds that we fought on the ice plains. You evil dog, what kind of romantic relationship was that? On the way into the city, the large black dog kept greeting people warmly as if there was no one he did not know. Woof, we know each other too. I can't forget that night. Damn dog, we had a night together. What nonsense are you talking about? Another group of people was so angry that they were trembling. Soon, the large black dog saw a new target. He shouted, Woof, you guys, don't run. I remember that you are my human pets. Kill this evil dog. Many people surrounded him. Woof, what do you want to do? I lost my human pet, and I want to find them. Are you going to stop me? Damn, behave. Even Tu Fei could not stand it. They had not entered the city for long, and they were going to become public enemies. This is nothing. You have to learn from Great Emperor Wu Shi and become enemies with the whole world. Fight your way to the sage and Great Emperor Tears. The large black dog said righteously. Behave yourself. Yi Fan wanted to kick him. Fine. The large black dog finally behaved a little and stopped greeting people. Instead, he stared at Li Heishui, who was beside Yi Fan, and said, You're so evil. F***ck. This dog is so annoying. How am I evil? Li Heishui wanted to beat him up. Over the past 2 days, the cultivators in the Divine City had been talking about it. The sacred body of the ancients was going to enter the secret realm of the Four Extremes, which attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was waiting quietly for the arrival of that moment. This matter had a great impact because it was related to the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. If it was successful, it would cause great waves in the future. Perhaps it also meant that the world was going to change again. In this world today, the young generation had already produced divine bodies, and the innate Taoism fetus had also been born. There were also rumors of the heavenly demon body. Could it be that all kinds of ancient king bodies were going to be born? If that was the case, the stars would shine brightly. The era of the rise of kings was coming again. If the sacred body that had been abandoned for hundreds of thousands of years could be cultivated to the realm of great success, what would happen? When everyone thought of this situation, they could not help but feel excited. Under the boundless, brilliant starry sky, all kings would appear together. Was the great era of peerless competition coming? Without a doubt, if it came true, it would be a golden age of geniuses and geniuses fighting together. A magnificent legend would be written. Who would defeat all kings and fight their way to the great Emperor Tier? No one could come to a conclusion. In the great era of the rise of kings, everything was possible. All kings would rise together, and all sects would contend. The golden age might really be coming. This also meant that there would be endless battles and great turmoil. Chapter 403. After Yi Fan came to this world, he had been wandering and fleeing for his life, struggling to survive. Now, he could finally face the Holy Lands peacefully. In the past few days, he had accepted invitations from many big forces. He attended many banquets and mingled with many cultivators. With the Divine King's support, his situation was completely different. What was the fickleness of human nature? Only those who had experienced it could understand it. It was the same person, but because of the Divine King's support, he became completely different. Woof. Awoo. The big black dog was dead drunk. Under the moonlight, he barked like a dog and howled like a wolf, startling countless water birds. This was a quiet little lake. The smell of water and grass mixed with the smell of the earth. There were no beautiful trees or pavilions beside it. There was only primitive nature. Water plants, wild birds, and fish in the pond. It had the flavor of a mountain village. In the God City, it was definitely a different place. Although it was not elegant, some cultivators liked it. Drinking and singing, life is short. Yi Fan sang. How about getting drunk? Li Heishui swayed and raised his cup to look at the moon. He almost fell into the lake. You're so dark. The big black dog's eyes were hazy, and he tilted his head to look at him. Damn it, stupid dog. How many times have you said that? You're asking for a beating. Li Heishui was enraged. Everyone around them laughed. The atmosphere was joyous and warm. People exchanged cups and drank merrily. In the past few days, there were many such social events. Many big forces extended olive branches, and most of them asked the younger generation to come forward and rope them in. Today, the saint son of Great Yan, Xiang Yifei, and the disciples of the sect second only to the Holy Lands invited him. Yi Fan would not refuse. He brought Li Heishui and Tu Fei along. The gathering by the lake ended late at night. The saint son of Great Yan and the others left. The god's city was still brightly lit after midnight. This was an ancient city that was never lonely. Moonlight sprinkled down like thin smoke. I hope you can break the curse. Otherwise, even if I capture you, I can't refine medicine. At this time, a young man about 13 or 14 years old walked over. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. His white clothes were spotless. His hair was black and glossy. His skin was like snow, and his eyes were like black gems. His lips were red, and his teeth were white. He was extremely handsome, and his appearance would make even women jealous. It was precisely the young genius Xia Jiuyo. He stared at Yi Fan and said, I'll be waiting for you at the four extremes. The God King has said that at that time, all the younger generation can fight you to the death. If they kill you after that, even the God King has nothing to say. Are you a little brat or a little girl? The Black Emperor was drunk and spoke without restraint. Xia Jiuyo humphed coldly. He stretched out a snow-white hand and grabbed toward the large black dog, intending to capture him. Woof! The large black dog's shiny black fur was all standing on end. It could sense danger, and it opened its mouth to attack. Buzz! The void trembled, and a mysterious ancient tablet appeared. It stuck to the tip of Xia Jiuyo's finger and suppressed the Black Emperor. Clang! The Black Emperor opened its mouth and spat out a large bell, blocking the ancient tablet with Tao patterns. A long and drawn-out sound rang out that traveled several dozen kilometers, startling many cultivators. It had to be said that Xia Jiuyo was indeed a prodigy that was rarely seen since ancient times. Although he was very young, he was already a top-notch figure of the younger generation. His strength was so powerful that it was shocking. Even the Black Emperor was sent flying. However, it was not injured. Its muscles and bones were like copper and iron, and it crawled back to its feet with a roll. Its drunkenness was greatly sobered up. Woof, what a little monster. Even in the desolate antiquity era, there were not many people like him. Yi Fan strode forward, looked at Xia Jiuyo calmly, and said, You want to battle with me? Fine, wait for a few days. If I enter the four extremes, the first battle will be against you. I'm just afraid that you will disappoint me. Xia Jiuyo was just like before. He was young and successful, and his arrogance soared. He did not take Yi Fan seriously at all. There were many palaces on both sides of the street, and many cultivators appeared. They stood under the moonlight and watched. They did not think that at this sensitive time, there would still be people who dared to find trouble with Yi Fan. Are you a little boy or a little girl? The Black Emperor persevered, and persisted in asking this question. His breath reeked of alcohol. You evil dog, I will peel off your skin. Xia Jiuyo was enraged. Young master, please calm down. Don't attack. Two gray-clothed old men appeared soundlessly, and stopped the genius of a generation. They were afraid that this would enrage the divine king. Little Yi, your future opponents are really stronger and more abnormal than the last. On the way back, Tu Fei sighed emotionally. Yao Guang Saint's son, Golden Wing Little Rock King, Divine Body, Innate Tao Embryo, Xia Jiuyo. Which one of them was not an outstanding talent? They were definitely the future kings of the Eastern Barren Territory. Quickly recuperate and build up your strength. Once you enter the four extremes, you will probably have to fight continuously. Who knows what kind of ruthless people will appear? Li Heishui also nodded. Only this will give me a sense of accomplishment. I will suppress all the men and capture the women to be my wives. The big black dog was completely drunk, and he was drooling as he babbled nonsense. The next day, a sensational news came. The divine leader of the Jiang family had brought 10 million kilograms of source to the divine city and piled this shocking divine treasure into the dragon transformation pool. Even during the day, auspicious lights could be seen soaring into the sky. The divine light covered the sun, and it was incomparably dazzling. Dense spiritual chi flowed, almost turning into liquid, and pervading the entire divine city. Everyone was shocked. This was 10 million kilograms of source. If it was really brought here, it would definitely be a major event that would shake the world. Everyone was discussing it. At the moment, there was only one topic in the divine city, and that was whether the sacred body of the ancients could break the curse and enter the four secret realms. Everyone was discussing it. Now, all that was left was the return of the divine king. Then, Yi Fan could enter the dragon transformation pool and challenge the first obstacle of his cultivation career. In the next few days, many sects in the entire Eastern Barren Territory were paying close attention. Even the divine leaders were no exception, because this matter was of great importance. If Yi Fan succeeded in breaking through, it would mean that the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients would very likely reappear in the world in the future, breaking all the existing patterns. This was because the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients could almost be on par with the great emperor. What kind of concept was that? In an era without great emperors, a potential great emperor might appear and shock everyone. The impact would be immeasurable. At the moment, Yi Fan definitely attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone was paying close attention and waiting for the results. They were quietly waiting for the return of the divine king to preside over everything. The magnitude of the storm was beyond everyone's imagination. Even the central state was alarmed. People from all sects wanted to come to the ceremony to see if the sacred body could break the curse and create a miracle in the post-antiquity age. Little Yi, do you feel pressured? You're attracting the attention of the world. Tu Fei exclaimed. How can I not feel pressured? If the world changes, even 10 million kilograms of source won't be enough for me to squander. Yi Fan pondered seriously. In the next few days, many people from the central state came and entered the divine city. The great accomplishment sacred body was invincible and could almost challenge the great emperor. This time, his breakthrough attracted the attention of the world. Now, everyone's eyes were on the divine city of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Fan began to think about all the possibilities and prepared to welcome the great storm. In the following days, the atmosphere in the divine city became more and more tense. Powerful cultivators appeared and gathered from all directions, not just the Eastern Barren Territory. During this time, the Little Peng King, the Alcade Saint, the Ji Clan Divine Body, Yao Shi, the Purple Mansion Saintess, and Xia Jiuyo did not leave. Their purpose was obvious. Before Yi Fan broke through, the aura of a great battle had already spread. Everyone could already see part of the future. There would definitely be an earth-shattering battle between the kings. In the next few days, there were even more powerful forces trying to rope in Yi Fan. Some saints and saintesses came in person to let go of their past unhappiness and improve their relationship with him. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Yi Fan really succeeded in breaking through, it could be foreseen that the glorious era of the saint physique would come. At noon, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others were invited to the fantasy dining hall and unexpectedly saw a familiar face. The Little Peng King's golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was rebellious and had an innate wild nature. His golden pupils were filled with endless killing intent, and his tall and sturdy body was filled with a sense of oppression. He stared at Yi Fan and said coldly, "If you enter the four extremes, I will take your life. Pray that on that day, your blood will flow out completely." A smile hung on Yi Fan's face, but his words were very firm. I look forward to the second battle with you. Last time, I bound my own hands and feet. Now, there are no more restraints. I will use the Supreme Peng seizing dragon technique to tear you to pieces. The little Peng King's killing intent soared into the sky. Brother Peng, let's go drink. Today, let's not talk about tomorrow. A man laughed and pulled the little Peng King away. It was Pang Bo. He put his arm around the little Peng King's shoulder. They seemed to have a good relationship with the future king of the monster clan. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and smiled. Then, he walked into the fantasy dining hall. Little Yi, Miao Yu Nunnery invited you again? Tu Fei was surprised in the fantasy dining hall. I remember we've been there several times, right? Li Heishui laughed evilly. Of course, and Miao Yi is looking for a husband. Little Yi Fan has a chance. Really? Tu Fei gawked, screaming strangely. Yi Fan, I want to fight with you. Don't listen to him, Yi Fan shook his head. Li Heishui said, last time, Yi Fan didn't get chosen. And Miao Yi gave him up. This time, it's different. He has a peerless divine king to support him. If he breaks the curse, he can challenge the great king in the future. He will have an advantage over the saint's sons. If he enters the 4 extreme secret domains, no doubt, and Miao Yi will choose Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I want to risk my life against you. Tu Fei screamed continuously. Anyway, I think Miao Yi has already found a strong young king. Yi Fan will have a lot of competition, Li Heishui said. You two should say something useful. I'm thinking about breaking through. I'm sure there will be a storm. It won't be peaceful. Yi Fan was thinking. On the 9th day, the peerless divine king returned to the divine city. After the white-robed divine king left for 9 days, many rumors spread in the eastern wasteland. Many people had seen his lonely figure. Over the past 9 days, he had carried Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse from place to place, all of which were places they had traveled together in the past. The peerless divine king revisited his old haunt to relive the touching memories of the past. Unfortunately, she was gone. Only the divine king was sad. On the day the divine king returned, the entire ancient city was shaken. Everybody was waiting for the saint physique to break through. The holy lands of the eastern wasteland paid special attention to it. Everybody's eyes were focused on this place, watching from afar. The 4 eternal dynasties of the Central Plains and the hundreds of sects had sent people to watch the ceremony. Chapter 404. The Divine King's return caused a huge commotion. Many large factions paid attention to it. Everyone in the world was watching from afar. It could be said that all eyes were on this place. Who knew how many years it had been since such a grand occasion had happened? A person's progress in cultivation would attract the attention of the world and become the focus of everyone. The saints and saintesses felt strange. They were all proud sons and daughters of the heavens. No matter where they went, they would be surrounded by people like stars around the moon. However, they could not compare to Yi Fan, who could stir up the world. It's just breaking through to the 4 extremities. I already succeeded 5 years ago. With the protection of a supreme divine king, the treatment is indeed different. Everyone has to pay attention to him. In my opinion, he might not succeed. If he fails, let's see how he deals with it. It'll be a huge setback. There were all kinds of people. Since many large factions were trying to rope in Yi Fan, there were obviously some people who talked behind his back and slandered him. People from ancient technique clans were the most indignant. With the support of a supreme divine king, they would never get the heavenly book of origin in their lives. This filled them with resentment. Yi Fan had to have many enemies at this point. People like Li Yishui, Wu Ziming, and Li Chongtian obviously did not want him to break through. They also mocked him behind his back. Even if he succeeds in breaking through, can he defeat the golden-winged little Pen King? Can he defeat the Yaoguang Saint, the pride of this generation? Maybe he'll be beaten to death as soon as he enters the 4 extremities. That's right. The top figures of the young generation have been training in the Four Extremities secret realms for many years. How can he compete with them? Maybe he'll be suppressed by Xia Jiuyo on the first day and be made into medicine. If that's the case, the Divine King will lose face. Everyone paid close attention to the situation in the God City. People from the Eastern Barren Land and the Central Plains all came to the city just to watch the divine physique make the breakthrough. Everyone was waiting for that moment. However, the Divine King did not say anything after his return. He didn't spread any news at all. This made many cultivators suspicious. Time passed slowly. On the fifth day, something finally happened. However, it had nothing to do with Yi Fan entering the Four Extremities secret realms. Something else caused an uproar in the city. Marriage. The Huangtian clan, the Feng clan, was an extremely ancient clan in this land. Even if it wasn't the oldest name in the Eastern Barren Land, it was close. One of their clan's pearls was going to be engaged to Yi Fan. When news of this got out, everyone was shocked. Many cultivators were stupefied, not understanding what was going on. All of this happened too suddenly. Just as Yi Fan was about to make a breakthrough, something like this actually happened. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Fan. This was the same question everyone had. They didn't know why things were like this. It was truly shocking. Heavens, it's the Wind Clan's most precious princess. This is too sudden. Why is it like this? She's the granddaughter of the Wind's sacred lord. She's extremely loved and is extremely beautiful. Putting aside the sacred lands, even the undying empires of the Central Plains have sent people to propose. The Wind Clan's pearl is going to be married to the divine physique. This is truly shocking. I believe that many people in the younger generation are going to curse. I'm afraid a lot of people want to kill the holy body. The pearl of the Feng clan is not an ordinary person. This is really unreasonable. That day, news spread everywhere. The entire world was shocked. No one expected such a sudden event to happen. As one of the focal points, Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he had never received any news from the Feng clan. He thought it was just a rumor. However, God Jiang appeared soon after and told him that the rumor was not groundless. Yi Fan was petrified on the spot. He found it hard to believe. All of this happened too suddenly. He felt like he was dreaming. It has not been confirmed yet. In the next few days, the Feng clan will come to see you. I hope you can catch their eye. Divine King, why is it like this? Yi Fan was confused. Others don't know, but you and I know. You can be considered half a disciple of mine. The Divine King didn't say much, but it was enough for Yi Fan to understand the hidden meaning. From a certain perspective, this was a marriage between the Jiang clan and the Feng clan. At the same time, it was a form of protection from the Divine King for Yi Fan. It could protect his life. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was the Divine King really going to die soon? The Holy Lands rarely connected by marriage because it involved their respective inheritances. There would be many hidden dangers if the core disciples connected by marriage. Moreover, if the two Holy Lands connected by marriage, what would the other Holy Lands think? In the past, there had been a great war because of this. Many supreme inheritances had always been cautious. This time, the Jiang clan was in a bad situation. The Divine King had revived, and many Holy Lord-level figures were coming. It clearly involved some Holy Lands. They needed to break the stalemate. There was no need to explain this in detail. The engagement between Yi Fan and the Feng clan's pearl involved something that normal people could not understand. Not many people knew whether it was a compromise or a true alliance. Obviously, the existence of the Divine King was a great deterrent. He was the direct reason for this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Yi Fan couldn't truly understand the complicated relationship between the Holy Lands, but he knew that Divine King Jiang wouldn't harm him. It was rare for the supreme forces to connect by marriage. This time, it was done indirectly through him. There is absolutely no problem with your body. I have thought about it for a long time. Logically speaking, you should be able to break into the four extreme secret realm. But this world has changed. It is full of uncertainty. You have to consider all kinds of possibilities. If you really fail, even if I am not here, with the Jiang clan and the Feng clan here, your life will not be in danger. Divine King. Yi Fan was shocked. This lonely Divine King had done him a great favor. He didn't want any accidents to happen to the Divine King. I have the seed of the divine medicine. You will be fine. The divine medicine is almost extinct. Each stalk is unique and can be harvested to maturity. If the root is destroyed like this, it will be an immeasurable loss. A divine body can be seen once every 10,000 years, and the Qilan divine medicine is the only one in the world. It is even more precious than me. The Divine King laughed at himself. The immortal divine medicine is used to save lives. Divine King, you don't need to think like this. I am not an inflexible person. You don't need to say more. I understand my own situation. Besides, I won't die so easily. Although he said so, he coughed out some blood. It was a shocking sight. Yi Fan kept silent. He knew he couldn't change the Divine King's mind. The Divine King's wounds weren't a big deal, but his spirit was severely wounded. It was hard to imagine what kind of price he had to pay to use the God Spirit's Sai. Moreover, Rosy Cloud's sad death was a big blow to the Divine King. Perhaps it was a challenge for him. Others didn't know whether he didn't want to live alone or something else. Turns out there isn't a marriage. It's just a rumor. I told you. How could the peerless pearl of the Feng clan marry a saint body with an uncertain future? The most precious princess of the Feng clan is gifted by the heavens. She is peerless and can topple cities. What is her identity? This marriage will never work. The peerless Divine King's life will run out eventually. His condition isn't good. He can't protect the saint body for a long time. The Feng clan won't marry the peerless pearl. Many people made such comments after they knew the details. Little Yi, do you think it will work? If he is really engaged to the princess of the Feng clan, even if something happens to the Divine King, you won't have to worry anymore, Tu Fei said. Li Heishui also nodded. He thought that this was a rare opportunity. This world was so realistic. Before one's own growth, one had to rely on external help. Very soon, all kinds of rumors appeared. Jiang Yun had also sought out the Ji clan, but he was tactfully rejected. The Holy Lord of the Ji clan had immediately captured Little Moon of the Ji clan and protected him in the clan, afraid that the Divine King would personally appear. There were also rumors that the white-robed Divine King had visited the Purple Mansion's sacred land and expressed his desire to raise a connate saint body Dao embryo. The Purple Mansion saint leader was shocked. Although he was afraid, he didn't agree. 2 days later, the Feng clan appeared in the Divine City. The news was leaked and caused a huge uproar. You are that saint body? Why do you want to marry my sister? You don't deserve her at all. A 16 or 17-year-old youth laughed coldly. Yi Fan hadn't expected the Feng clan to come so quickly and with such bad intentions. At this moment, he was in the Drunken Immortal Tower, and the other party had come directly to him. The Drunken Immortal Tower was located in the clouds and had its own space. It was extremely vast and had 4 garden sceneries: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. At this moment, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the others were in the autumn garden. There were many palaces and gardens, and all kinds of fruits were fragrant in the late autumn season. What makes you worthy of my sister? The purple-robed youth looked down at Yi Fan, his words extremely disrespectful. He didn't care about Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan put down his wine cup and stood up from behind the stone table. He glanced at the youth and said, "You can say that to your saint leader. You can keep your composure. Yi, I'm warning you. Don't have any wishful thinking. Even if a peerless Divine King comes, my sister will not marry you." The purple-robed youth's tone was aggressive, his eyes disdainful. Tu Fei and Li Heishui stood up. The Black King also moved, ready to scold him. This youth's tone was unbearable. Yi Fan waved his hand to stop them. He wasn't enraged. Quite the contrary, he smiled and said, "I don't have any thoughts. However, if the Feng clan's saint leader wants to marry your sister, I have no other choice." "You found the wrong person." The purple-robed youth was called Feng Lai. He looked at the other disdainfully and said, "My clan's saint leader doesn't need your opinion. I just want you to announce to the public that you don't deserve my sister. The saint physique at the completion level can resist the great emperor. Your Feng clan is too arrogant." Tu Fei couldn't help but comment. "The saint physique at the completion level? Do you think he can reach that realm? Dream on." Feng Lai sneered continually. Li Heishui sneered. "Seems like the Feng clan has spoiled you rotten. Anyway, every family has a disciple like you. I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." "With just you guys?" The purple-robed youth, Feng Lai, sneered. "How dare you!" However, at this moment, more than 10 young men walked out of the palace one by one, coming to the garden. Apparently, their identities weren't ordinary. Standing in front of Feng Lai, they coldly raked their eyes through Yi Fan and Li Heishui. The quarrel in this area had alerted many palaces. Many people walked out, looking at the commotion. When they saw that it was Yi Fan, and then recognized that he was from the Wind clan, everyone revealed looks of surprise. Then, they all rushed over, immediately surrounding the garden. Feng Lai was so arrogant. "My sister is an outstanding character of this generation. Even the little golden wing Peking could only fight her to a draw. You don't deserve her. My cousin is so talented. When she was 13 years old, she had created a divine technique. Let alone the fact that you can't enter the 4 extreme secret domains, what can you do even if you can?" Said another man. "Do you really think that you are the Yaoguang saint's son? Stop your wishful thinking." Another young girl sneered. Tu Fei was speechless. He mumbled, "Your in-laws aren't good people. Are they testing you or humiliating you? The situation isn't good at all. What should we do with little Yi?" Li Heishui lowered his voice. Yi Fan sneered, "What else can we do? Suppress those who should be suppressed. Beat those who should be beaten." Chapter 405. Yi Fan sneered, "What else can we do? Suppress those who should be suppressed and beat those who should be beaten." Tu Fei was dumbstruck. These people could be Yi Fan's future in-laws. It was the first time they met that they wanted to subdue them. It made people speechless. "What did you say? You want to subdue us? You talk big." The purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, sneered. He was the first one to approach. The other young men of the Feng clan followed him. None of them were weak. Some of them had entered the 4 extreme secret realms. The weakest one was at the 4th sky of the Dao Palace. Buzz! Divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. He reached out a gold hand, facing more than a dozen people. He pressed them all down. The gold hand had profound and complicated Dao patterns. Thump! One of the men stepped out from the crowd, facing Yi Fan's large golden hand. He didn't dare face it head-on with his physical body, instead holding a blood-colored war spear. Streaks of blood-colored radiance shot out, hacking down. Kacha! Yi Fan's large hand was like a golden millstone, unstoppable. That blood-colored battle spear was crushed beneath it, breaking inch by inch. The 100 refinements divine gold turned into powder, rustling as it fell. This. Everybody took in a cold breath. The man discolored. He was about to fly backward. However, Yi Fan didn't give him a chance. His gold hand descended and grabbed the man. He couldn't be shaken. Thump! Yi Fan sealed him and threw him on the ground. He didn't even look at him and continued to scan the other men and women. "You have big guts. You dare to hurt Our Lady's cousin. Don't even think about the marriage." A beautiful girl scolded him. "Why wouldn't I dare? I will subdue you all together. Yi Fan wasn't moved. He strode forward, reaching out his hand to grab the girl. You dare to be rude to me? Do you know who I am? I grew up with Lady Wind Phoenix. The beautiful girl shouted. An ancient mirror appeared in her hand, shooting out a bunch of dazzling divine light. The Wind Phoenix was the peerless pearl of the Foam clan. If it was anyone else who had such a name, they would most likely be laughed at, but this genius princess of the Foam clan was worthy of the name. You're just a maidservant, how dare you speak to me like that? Yi Fan sneered. With a swipe of his hand, the ancient mirror forged by a cultivator from the 4 extreme mystic realms was instantly turned into copper powder. Bang! His large golden hand descended and grabbed the girl. He did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He immediately sealed her and threw her to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a drum rang out. It wasn't very loud, but it caused Yi Fan's body to tremble, and he almost fell to the ground on his back. He felt dizzy. A weapon that interweaved the order of heaven and earth. There was actually someone among them who held such a powerful weapon. When the drum descended, it was like the divine sound of the primordial era, penetrating into one's bones, body and soul simultaneously becoming numb. Boom! Yi Fan shouted and waved his golden fist forward. He did not want to be passive, so he turned into a golden light and rushed forward. Boom! The second sound of the drum rang out. It was like the divine sound of creation, and the entire garden silently shattered. All types of fine trees and pavilions were obliterated into ashes. There were many cultivators watching the battle in the surroundings. Their expressions all changed when they saw this. They retreated at the same time and quickly dodged out of fear of being caught up in it. Even the other people from the Foam clan had retreated far away. There was only a scarlet-clothed male left on the battlefield. In front of him was a purple leather drum that seemed to be made from the skin of a chelan. The purple scales on it flickered. You are courting death. When he saw Yi Fan pouncing over, he revealed a cold smile and forcefully beat the drum with the purple drumstick in his hand. Boom! The third sound of the drum seemed to be splitting the heavens and earth apart, collapsing the void. Clouds surged, lightning interweaved, and purple light rushed into the sky, drowning this place. Purple lightning shot out from the chelan drum everywhere. It was like a purple sun hanging in the sky, radiating boundless radiance. It pierced through the void and swept in all directions. This kind of powerful weapon that interweaved the Tao and principles was indeed extremely terrifying. It was enough to kill a cultivator from the 4 extreme mystic realms. It contained the natural laws of heaven and earth and formed a part of the power of the great Tao. Wang! The void trembled. Yi Fan rushed forward murderously. The purple lightning couldn't stop him, because he also had a powerful weapon in his hands. The diamond chakram shone brightly, simple and natural. Tao patterns appeared on its surface, making it indestructible. It tore through the lightning and immediately appeared before this person's eyes. Pa! Yi Fan didn't deal the killing blow. He used the diamond chakram to protect himself and sent him flying with a golden palm. This person landed heavily on the ground and couldn't move anymore. Swoosh! Light flickered. Yi Fan put away the chelan divine drum, taking it for himself. This type of weapon was extremely precious and rarely seen. It was difficult for even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands to refine it. You truly are audacious, daring to even steal my Foam clan's powerful weapon. The purple-clothed youth Foam Lai's expression changed. I will even suppress people, let alone a weapon. You should come as well. Yi Fan reached out a large golden hand and grabbed towards the crowd. Swish! Swish! Foam Lai held a white bone banner in his hand. He waved it at Yi Fan and said, "Don't even think about entering the 4 extreme secret realm. As far as I know, you won't succeed. Don't have any delusions about my sister." It was another powerful weapon with innate patterns. Yi Fan discolored. Those young people couldn't have such a weapon. Did the precursors of the Foam clan ask them to do so? His thoughts moved like lightning and he calmed down quickly. You don't deserve my sister. Today, I will smash your ego. Feng Lai held the white bone banner and waved it. Tens of thousands of sword lights shot out. They didn't hurt the body, just the soul consciousness. At the same time, a young man walked out. He wore white clothes and helped Feng Lai wave the white bone banner. That's a powerful weapon of the Feng clan. Tu Fei and Li Heishui were frightened. They discolored. Yi Fan didn't mind. He held the diamond chakram in his left hand and the god-beating whip in his right hand. He broke the tens of thousands of sword lights and strode forward. Boom! The white bone banner shook, and a Tao diagram flew out. It swooped down like a galloping army that wanted to crush him. Dang! Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the diamond chakram at the Tao diagram. The two collided fiercely and released tens of thousands of flashes of lightning. Although the white-robed man was a cultivator at the second sky of the four extreme secret domains, he didn't have enough god power to control this banner. He couldn't use its full power. Yi Fan's god power never ran out. He shook the diamond chakram and destroyed the Tao diagram. Boom! The void shook. The divine chakram turned into the size of a millstone and froze in the air. The silver light was dazzling. It turned into a ring and turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. It was like a real black hole in a boundless star field that swallowed the world. The strange stones, bridges, and pavilions in the garden all collapsed and flowed into the sky like a river. No matter what it was, as soon as it approached that place, it was crushed by the black hole and turned into ashes. Nothing could be preserved. Pfft! The white-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood. His god power was insufficient, and the white bone banner flew out of his hand. It rushed towards the diamond chakram and was about to be swallowed by it. Yi Fan waved his sleeves, and with a swoosh, he kept the weapon into his own body. Pung! Yi Fan sent the white-robed man flying with a slap. He then grabbed the purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, and pulled him over like a little chick. You dare to do this to me? Feng Lai roared. Pa! Yi Fan directly rewarded him with a golden slap, slapping him until all the joints in his body creaked. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. In the sky, the black hole formed by the diamond chakram flourished and sucked in the other young men and women. If not for Yi Fan showing mercy, all of them would have been killed in body and soul. Little Yi, take it easy. Not to mention the power of the Feng clan, you shouldn't act rashly because of the marriage between you and them, advised Li Heishui. I think the Feng clan is testing you, said Tu Fei discreetly. He thought that they did it on purpose. They were probing him. They had heard Yi Fan talk about the details of this marriage. The Feng clan didn't agree. They wanted to enter the god city to see Yi Fan first. Am I not being tested? Yi Fan smiled and sent a message. Then, he kicked Feng Lai crazily. The purple-clothed youth at the fifth sky of the Tao Palace screamed in pain. Tears almost rolled down his cheeks. Yi, just you wait. Don't ever think about marrying my sister. How dare you do this to me, he screamed indignantly. Little Yi, don't hit him. He might be your future brother-in-law. It seems like he is testing your mind. Hitting him is just secondary. Tu Fei and Li Heishui hurried to stop him. It's okay. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. He kicked Feng Lai a few more times before stopping. Yi, I will remember you. Just now, you hit me. The purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, gritted his teeth, exasperated. In the distance, many cultivators had come to watch. They were all dumbfounded. Yi Fan was about to be engaged to the pearl of the Feng clan, but he had beaten his brother. This. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. What was the relationship between them? This was too strange. Woof, do you want to be my human pets? The big black dog stared at these people, his eyes shining. Damn it, this damn dog. Everyone was furious. Little Yi, how do you plan to end this? Tu Fei asked in a low voice. Didn't I say that we should hit and suppress? As Yi Fan said this, he took out the Qilin drum. He was going to use it to suppress everyone. Treasures with innate patterns all had space inside them. It was enough to seal them. You want to suppress them? Li Heishui gawked, dropping his jaw. Yi Fan, don't you dare. More than 10 young men and women screamed. Yi, what do you want to do? I'm the Wind Phoenix's blood brother. You dare to suppress me? The purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, was bewildered. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Fan didn't mind. The drum sounds rang out, sucking everyone in, suppressing them within. I'm dizzy. Little Yi, you really suppressed your brother-in-law? Li Heishui and Tu Fei didn't know what to say to him. From a distance, people gawked and dropped their jaws. He was too strong. Before the engagement, he had suppressed the girl's blood brother and her cousins. What was going on? Oh, my God. This saint physique is too strong. He didn't care about anything and suppressed them all. It makes people speechless. Everybody was bewildered. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. They started to discuss. I've never seen such a person. After knowing their identities, he should have shown mercy. He made the Feng tribe vomit blood. I'm convinced. I'm totally convinced. I've never seen such a fierce person. Do you still want to marry the Feng tribe? The drunken immortal inn wasn't an ordinary place. It was the property of the Gold family in the northern plain. They didn't allow people to fight. However, the garden here was destroyed, and no one came out to stop it. Apparently, someone had warned them. What should we do now? Asked Tu Fei. Of course, we're going back. Yi Fan left first. I'm asking you how you will explain to the Feng tribe. The news of Yi Fan's group leaving spread quickly in the entire divine city. Many people gawked and then burst out laughing. I think the marriage is hopeless this time. The Feng tribe has just entered the city and he has already given them such a big gift, many people were discussing. Most of them thought that the marriage would fail. The original technique aristocratic families and Li Yishui were gloating. Not long after Yi Fan had returned to his residence, the God King summoned him. The Feng tribe wanted to see him. Little Yi, good luck. Tu Fei and Li Heishui grinned evilly. 4 old men of the Feng tribe came to the hall. They had returned to their natural state. They didn't look anything special. They were just like the ordinary old men in the mortal world. Kid, you're really overbearing. You know their identities, but you still subdued them. What do you want? Shouted an old man. I think they've crossed the line. Instead of letting them suffer big losses in the future, I'd better teach them a lesson now, answered Yi Fan calmly. Another old man smiled. Forget it. No need to care about it. This kid is interesting. It's beyond my estimation that he dares to do that. Hurry up and release them, Jiang Yun said from the side. Of course, Yi Fan understood the situation. It wasn't the time to be aggressive. He obeyed the order, releasing more than 10 people from the Qilin drum and returning the white bone banner. Yi Fan. Feng Lai screamed and was about to jump over him. An old man from the Feng clan shouted coldly. He immediately stopped and angrily walked back. Go to the back room. The God King and the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe want to see you, said Jiang Yun to Yi Fan. In another hall, the peerless God King was sitting cross-legged. His hair was as white as snow, and his face was like jade. His complexion was normal, and no one could see anything wrong with him. They didn't know his real condition. A middle-aged man with messy black hair sat there. His eyes were clear, and his body was imposing. He sat there with an imposing aura. At first glance, people could tell that he was a man with a high position. He didn't move. His eyes were deep as he assessed Yi Fan. This man was the grandfather of Feng Huang, the proud daughter of heaven. His name was Feng Jingyun, the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe. Make your blood qi boil. Release all of your vigorous essence chi for the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe to see, said the God King gently. Yi Fan obeyed, not holding back at all. In an instant, his blood chi shot into the sky like a real dragon coming to life. The powerful vitality surprised even the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe, who kept nodding. Boom! Yi Fan's aura continued to rise. The essence chi all over his body turned into a dragon-shaped pillar of air. It pierced through the hall and shot into the sky like a surging ocean. All of the cultivators in this area were alarmed. They revealed expressions of shock as they looked in that direction. Soon, news spread that the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe was very satisfied with Yi Fan. Many people in the city who were prepared to watch a joke were dumbfounded and confused. Is there even a need to say it? The Saint Lord of the Feng tribe must have already seen that Yi Fan can break into the secret realm. There's nothing that can stop the rise of the sacred body of the ancients. Many people understood and deduced the truth. The divine city was shaken that day. After Yi Fan left the hall, he went straight to the celestial Fei treasure tower. He found Yao Yuekong and asked him to keep an eye out and collect all kinds of divine origin stone skins. When he left, Li Heishui was puzzled and asked, Yi Fan, what are you planning to do? You're about to break through. Why are you doing these things? Because I'm worried about failure. This time, I have to break into the 4 levels secret realm no matter what. Yi Fan didn't hide anything from them. It'll be fine. You're thinking too much. Tu Fei smiled. Even if 5 million kilograms of source chi can't help me break into the 4 levels, I'll find another way to do it. This time, I must succeed. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with determination. On this day, the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe made the decision to give Yi Fan 1 million kilograms of source chi to help him break into the 4 levels secret realm. As soon as the news came out, the Eastern Barren territory was shaken. It was obvious that the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe saw Yi Fan as his future grandson-in-law. He believed that Yi Fan could break into the 4 levels secret realm and wanted to tie him to the ancient chariot of the Feng tribe. Was the sacred body of the ancients finally going to reappear in the world? Everyone found it hard to stay calm. The peerless divine king finally announced that he would let Yi Fan enter the dragon transformation pool on the night of the next full moon to break through the first hurdle of the sacred body. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. The day of the sacred body's breakthrough had finally arrived. Holy lands of the Eastern Barren territory, the immortal dynasties of the Central Plains, and the hundreds of sects sent another group of experts. They were especially concerned about the breakthrough of the sacred body and wanted to watch the ceremony. Chapter 406. Yi Fan would attempt to break through on a moonlit night, which attracted the attention of many major forces. Many cultivators were paying attention, and the entire world gathered in the divine city. However, at this sensitive moment, Yi Fan didn't calm himself down. Instead, he looked around for divine origin stone skins. He had already put away the immortal tomb and the blood sacrificial altar. Through various means, he obtained some from the stone workshops in the Holy Land. They were all abandoned when he was cutting stones in the past. Brat, what are you doing? The big black dog was suspicious. Then, as if he remembered something, he stared at Yi Fan with his large eyes and said in shock, "You're crazy. What are you shouting for?" Yi Fan glared at him. Do you have a death wish? Even if you have an amazing origin skill, you can't go to that place twice. Many peerless cultivators can only sigh, the big black dog warned. You don't have to worry about it this time. It's not what you think. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He still appeared among the stone workshops and collected stone skins without batting an eyelid. Can you compare to Li Mu? Can you compare to Jiang Taishu? Can you compare to Gu Tianshu? If you enter the Purple Mountain again, you will die. The big black dog warned. You guessed wrong. I won't go to my own death. Don't say anything else. Yi Fan didn't want to alarm others. This time, he swore to break into the 4 secret realms. It was an astronomical number, but he was still uncertain. What would happen if he succeeded? What would happen if he failed? He thought of all kinds of possibilities. Yi Fan didn't want to be stopped. He had to break into the 4 secret realms no matter what. If he ended up in the dragon transformation pool, he decided to fight for his own future. If he didn't enter the 4 secret realms, the sacred body of the ancients would be ordinary. In the vast land, there were many powerful cultivators, and the cultivators of the secret realms could only look up to others. The Jade Lake Saintess appeared. She was tall and slender, just like before. Mist covered her body, like a fairy shaking the snow, like a divine lotus dipping in water, like a goddess descending to the earth. She handed a sandalwood box to Yi Fan and said, "This is a gift from Yao Qi to help you break through successfully." In the past, the Jade Pool had a close relationship with the Yuan Taoist master. Now, there was no conflict between them and Yi Fan. The Holy Land hoped that he could visit the Jade Pool and deal with the King of the Stone with the 6 seals. What is this? Yi Fan was puzzled. 3 leaves from the path understanding ancient tea tree, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. Yi Fan was shocked. Every single leaf of Undying Mountain's ancient tree was different, containing great Tao patterns. Even for Holy Lord level figures, they were divine objects. He was truly shocked. It was already not bad for the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree to have 30 leaves fly out of Undying Mountain every year. Who knew how many divine Lord level figures were watching over it? For the vast eastern wasteland, it was simply not enough. 3 leaves of the Enlightenment tea tree were a great gift for Yi Fan, who was about to break through. Yi Fan's eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was startled, thinking that he was using the divine eyes of penetration. She shouted softly and stretched out her hand, drawing a Tao diagram in front of her. In the mist, her face was red and she was very angry. Thinking of the last experience, she scolded, "What are you doing? Fairy, don't misunderstand. I didn't use the heaven origin divine senses. I was just a bit surprised. I can't thank you enough. In the future, I will definitely go and deal with Jade Lake Stone King." In the sandalwood box, there were 3 different leaves. One of them flickered with purple light and was in the shape of a rhombus. On it, there was a lifelike little dragon with many Tao patterns. The second leaf was as red as blood and was in the shape of a fan. On it, there was a blurry figure sitting in the 9 heavens. Black and yellow energy revolved around his body, and Tao patterns covered his body like clouds. The last leaf was as white as jade. It was crystal clear and looked very strange. It was round with a diagram of yin and yang. Extreme yang hugged yin, and extreme yin hugged yang. Moreover, there were many stars on it, making it look like a starry sky with natural patterns. It was the first time Yi Fan saw the leaves of the path understanding ancient tea tree. He was very surprised. He couldn't imagine what kind of ancient tree it was that could grow such incredible leaves. The large black dog's saliva immediately began to drip from his mouth. "I'll put it away for you," he said. "Giving it to you is like throwing a meat bun at a dog." Woof. Not long after, Tu Fei and Li Heishui sent him the news. The pirates had gathered 1 million kilograms of source tea and sent it to Yi Fan through their descendants. It was another big gift. "Yi Fan, you should accept it with a clear conscience." Tu Fei patted his shoulder, shaking his head. "This group of old men are as smart as ghosts." In this world, there was no such thing as enthusiasm without a reason. When the Holy Lands were chasing after Yi Fan, Tu Fei and Li Heishui had stood up to help him. The pirates had always paid attention to them. Everything that had happened in the past was too subtle. Thinking about it, it was full of schemes and schemes. If Yi Fan had the holy body, everything would be peaceful. If he failed, it would be hard to explain what the pirates had in mind. Tu Fei and Li Heishui didn't conceal this. They had hinted to Shi Yan that if their precursors had a strange thought, they would tell him to run away immediately. This world was realistic and people's hearts were complicated. However, they didn't lack sincere friendship. Tu Fei and Li Heishui didn't have any scheme. As they had told him the truth, it was enough to show their loyalty. "And Miaoyi invited you?" Tu Fei was surprised. There was less than 1 day before the full moon. If Miaoyi wanted to meet Yi Fan, he could guess that she wanted to build a good relationship with him. Li Heishui pondered for a while and then said, "Not normal." "Not normal? Why not?" asked Tu Fei. And Miaoyi's bold. "I'm afraid she wants to gamble," said Li Heishui. "What do you want to say?" Li Heishui said, "The icing on the cake isn't as good as providing timely help. After Yi Fan breaks the curse, and Miaoyi comes to recruit him. It's nothing special. But before that, it's totally different." And Miaoyi. Tu Fei was surprised. She probably wants to gamble herself. If she misses the holy body, it will be forever. If Miaoyu nunnery has this tradition, it's much better than choosing a saint's son. "I don't have time to go," Yi Fan shook his head. He wasn't moved. However, at this moment, Miaoyi asked someone to bring him a jade box. It was a big gift for him to break through. Another leaf of the path understanding ancient tea tree. Inside the jade box was a dazzling gold leaf. It looked like it was made of pure gold, giving off a sweet fragrance. The leaf was a painting of mountains and rivers, decorated with many natural patterns. The whole room was filled with the fragrance. Tu Fei was surprised. "It's a peerless treasure. You have to go there." Li Heishui screamed strangely. "Little Yi, I'd better take your body and go there for you." At night, the divine moon hung high in the sky. Its silver light sprinkled like smoke. The entire land was hazy as if it was covered by a thin layer of gauze. Miaoyu nunnery was floating in the sky. The lake below was crystal clear, sparkling like a sapphire. The moonlight above was like water flowing slowly. This building was covered by the divine moon, giving it a dreamy hue. It looked mysterious in the night sky. Yi Fan ascended into the air. Someone invited him into a grand and imposing palace. There was an exceptional beauty standing there. Under the moonlight, she looked like a deity, as if she was a fairy that descended from the silver moon, untainted by the mortal world. "Miaoyi, do you hate me that much?" And Miaoyi smiled. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the night wind as if she wanted to ride the wind to leave. "Fairyun is too charming. I don't dare to come here. I'm afraid I'll offend you." Yi Fan didn't mean what he said. And Miaoyi's eyes twinkled. She smiled faintly. Liar. She wore a long white dress that dragged on the ground, accentuating her graceful body like a mountain range. She had a firm chest, a slender waist, and a perfectly round butt. There was not a single flaw that could be picked out, drawing out a perfect arc. However, her aura was noble and pure. Under the moonlight, she looked like a fairy. Her jade-like face didn't have any makeup. It was snow-white and crystal clear. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her nose and cherry lips looked like they were carved by God. Her beauty was suffocating. Inside the palace, it was richly decorated. Clouds and mist hovered around it. It was like entering a heavenly palace, which gave people a surreal feeling. This was a bedchamber inlaid with pearls and jades. Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings hung on the walls. A white jade table was decorated with delicious food and fragrant wine. "You're going to break through tomorrow. Are you confident?" And Miaoyi poured wine. Her red lips were sexy, and her teeth sparkled. Her slender hand held the jade cup, which was also sparkling. "I will enter the 4 extremes." Yi Fan smiled. A great completion saint physique hasn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. To be able to compete with ancient emperors, how heroic would that be? It truly makes one yearn for it. And Miaoyi smiled sweetly. Right now, there is a saint physique sitting in front of me. I want to take a good look at him. Even if he succeeds, he will only be a minor completion saint physique. How can he compare to emperors? Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. That day won't be too far away. Miaoyi is looking forward to it. And Miaoyi's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were like water, and her eyelashes were very long. Her skin was snow-white and translucent. There was a bright moon pearl on her forehead. Under the light of the chandelier, she looked noble, beautiful, and intelligent. Many thanks to Goddess Miaoyi for the enlightenment tea. Yi Fan raised his cup in a toast. Miaoyi is only contributing a little. I hope that brother Yi can break the curse and continue to fight for glory with the emperors. And Miaoyi's smile was extremely mesmerizing. Her red lips became even brighter after being touched by the wine. The night deepened. The moonlight shone through the glass window and into the palace. Everything was like a dream. And Miaoyi couldn't handle the wine. Her face was red, and her eyes were moving. She looked delicate. I want a great completion Saint Physique. Yi Fan was also a little drunk. He teased, I am right here. What do you want? Miaoyi wants to say that I want a great completion Saint Physique. In the future, it will protect me. I will also become a great emperor. And Miaoyi's smile was so charming that even the bright moon in the sky lost its splendor. She was one of the most beautiful women in the Eastern Barren Territory. She was even called the #1 beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory. After such a peerless beauty drank, her skin became pink and translucent. She had an irresistible charm. In the middle of the night, they had drunk too much wine. The wine cups fell to the ground and gradually became entangled. Hee. And Miaoyi laughed sweetly. Her laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell, stirring people's hearts. Yi Fan embraced her delicate body. He held the silver wine pot and poured wine into his mouth. Then, he poured the wine into Miaoyi's sexy red lips. Everything was very natural. Yi Fan wasn't an old-fashioned scholar. He wasn't reserved at all. He wasn't afraid of the thorns of the rose and decided to eat the sugar coating. Not far away was a white jade bed with a pink gauze curtain. It gave people a strange feeling. The two rolled onto the pink and ambiguous bed. Not long after, a snow-white body appeared. Her skin was soft and exquisite, sparkling and translucent. It was pink and lustrous. She was gorgeous and could be called a peerless temptation. And Miaoyi's beautiful hair draped over her shoulders. Her peerless appearance was in a trance. Her entire body was flashing with a layer of faint radiance. Her captivating red skin was mesmerizing. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He put down the pink gauze curtain. It was hard for him to resist this kind of incomparable temptation. Chi! A gust of wind swept past and extinguished the candle. Only the watery moonlight sprinkled in. One could vaguely see the heat on the jade bed. The two of them were entangled with each other. This was a sleepless night, a night of delirium and delirium. Chapter 407. The moonlight poured down like water, faint and hazy, peaceful and tranquil. The imperial court had long since quieted down. On the bed carved out of white jade, Miaoyi opened her eyes. Her jade-like body was exposed, sparkling and translucent. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked delicate and powerless. You should go. She stretched out a tender, snow-white arm and lazily woke up the person beside her. Yi Fan was very calm, but there were waves in his heart. However, he still smiled, his white teeth shining brilliantly. Why are you in such a hurry to drive me away? If people find out that you are staying at Miaoyu Nunnery, will the Feng clan allow it? They will probably cause trouble for you. The Wind Phoenix is not an ordinary woman, how can she tolerate it? And Miaoyi's voice was very quiet and pleasant, but it was calm. Her beauty was almost ethereal, pure and otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended into the mortal world. Her skin was like ice and bones like jade, and her body was snow-white and smooth, giving off specks of brilliance. The Feng clan is not engaged to me yet. If I fail to break through, they will abandon me like an old shoe. Yi Fan laughed at himself. And Miaoyi gently massaged his temples and said, I believe you can succeed, and in the future, you will reappear the supreme elegance of the Saint Physique. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. Right now, everyone is paying attention, many cultivators are waiting, their eyes focused on me. However, there is a high chance that I will fail. Yi Fan said indifferently, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. If I end up in a gloomy mood, I wonder how those who are trying to rope me in, make friends with me, and invite me to a banquet will feel? I think all human feelings will be treated coldly. Yi Fan pinched a lock of her shiny black hair and twirled it around his finger. You really have no confidence? And Miao Yi looked at him quietly, her beautiful eyes as deep as the starry sky. Her appearance was breathtakingly beautiful. I probably can't enter the 4 extreme secret realms with just the source. Yi Fan said calmly, then turned to look at her and said with a smile, if I fail, what will you do? Let's go, little man. Don't think too much. It's time for you to leave. And Miao Yi didn't reply. Her alluring body glistened as she lightly pushed Yi Fan up. Why do I feel like it's the other way around? You're very carefree, constantly chasing me away. You don't care at all. Yi Fan laughed. You once had it, so why care if it lasts forever? In the future, if you achieve a great perfection saint physique, it will be enough for you to be my Dao protector. You're quite open-minded. Yi Fan ran his fingers through her hair. Don't think that it's going to be easy. At that time, you might become the enemy of the entire world. And Miao Yi chuckled. So serious? Yi Fan was astonished. Then, he stared seriously at this stunning face and said, what if I really fail to break through? And Miao Yi's eyes flashed with a shocking glow as she said, if that's the case, then I'll fall into depravity in the mortal world until the day I become a great emperor. After that, I'll slaughter everyone related to me and cleanse my life of honor and disgrace. You don't have to do that, do you? Yi Fan stared at her blankly. And Miao Yi chuckled. She caressed his cheek and said, so, little man, for Miao Yi, you have to succeed in breaking through. You don't want me to fall into depravity in the mortal world, right? Then you have to have faith in me. If I don't succeed on the night of the full moon, there's still a chance. Yi Fan pointed out. And Miao Yi shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were blurry and her sexy red lips were bright. She put up a finger and placed it on his lips. She didn't let him continue and said, youth is fleeting, beauty is fleeting. Miao Yi really can't wait. Then, her silky hair fell on Yi Fan's face. She lowered her head to look at him and smiled sweetly, little man, you can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, Miao Yi will be the first to kill you. If I fail, you'll kill me? Yi Fan wrapped his arms around her soft and smooth waist and stared at her blankly. Yes, you better not disappoint Miao Yi. Her smile was very sweet. Her body was sparkling under the moonlight, each curve of her body perfect and flawless. Then let me kill you first. Yi Fan pulled her into his embrace. Then, he turned over and covered this flawless body that was as white as ivory. Little man, get up, you should leave. And Miao Yi pushed him away. On the white jade bed, endless charm and gentleness could be heard. At dawn, Yi Fan left. He walked on the ancient streets of the divine city and pondered carefully. After considering all kinds of possibilities, he gazed into the distant horizon. If he failed, would there still be so many visitors? Would there still be people enthusiastically trying to rope him in? After the fall of prosperity, there would definitely be boundless coldness and indifference. Yi Fan didn't return to his residence. Instead, he strolled around the divine city. Only when the divine king summoned him at noon did he return. Being the center of attention of the world is a disaster and not a blessing for you. The divine king warned him the moment they met. Yi Fan was startled and then nodded. He had already thought through all kinds of powerful relationships. He had always been worried that if he attracted the attention of the world, it would be a great disaster. Many people didn't want a complete saint physique to appear in the world. If there were any signs, then killing him in the cradle was the best choice. The day he successfully broke through might be the day of his death. Even if the divine king was powerful, he wouldn't be able to protect him for the rest of his life. Divine king, do you have any suggestions? Yi Fan asked. Now, the world knows that you have a saint physique. You can delay it for a while, but you can't delay it for the rest of your life. Tonight, the moon is full. I will use the eternal universe sacred furnace to protect you. The divine king frowned. Since things had reached this point, there was no way to avoid it. If he didn't break through today, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Being the enemy of the entire world, is this the fate of stepping onto the path of a great emperor? The divine king muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Yi Fan and said, unless you fail to break through this time, there will be no peace in this world. When the red sun set in the west, the entire divine city seemed somewhat stifling. Too many experts from the Central Plains and the Eastern Wasteland had come. They were all quietly waiting for the full moon to rise. The Crimson Dragon Daoist is back. Many people were shocked. The news spread immediately. People discovered that the famous Peacock King and the fourth greatest bandit of the northern region, the Green Flood Dragon King, were also with him. 3 peak experts entered the city and came together to deliver 700,000 kilograms of source to Yi Fan. This caused everyone's heart to tremble. They didn't think that they would take care of Yi Fan so much. At dusk, the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong, delivered 50,000 kilograms of source to Yi Fan. Not long after, the prince of the Grand Xia, Xia Yiming, also appeared and delivered 50,000 kilograms of source. When the sunset was about to disappear, the younger generation of many great powers all more or less sent some source. Beside the dragon transformation pond, divine light shot into the sky and spiritual chi filled the air. Night fell, and the world slowly darkened. A divine moon appeared. It wasn't very bright yet, but it radiated a gentle radiance. The atmosphere in the divine city was extremely stifling, making people feel like they were about to suffocate. It was extremely quiet. When night fell, the entire huge city immediately quieted down. This world seemed to have lost all sound. There was no movement at all. It was like a dead city. There was no life, and no conversation could be heard. It was deathly silent. All the cultivators were waiting. Around the dragon transformation pond, there was a dense black mass of people everywhere. One couldn't see the end of it. The sky was filled with figures. The most advantageous positions were left for the major characters. No one dared to fight for them. Time flowed. The divine moon hung high in the sky like a divine disk, illuminating the entire ancient city. It was as if there were waves of white mist rising. He's here, he's here. It was Unknown who let out a cry of surprise. Everyone looked towards the same direction. Yi Fan arrived on the moon. On this night, he was dressed in white, elegant and ethereal. His steps were calm as he walked in the void. His black hair danced in the night breeze, and his eyes were as clear as a spring. He was like an immortal descending to the world. Shrouded in moonlight, he landed in front of the dragon transformation pond. Is this the sacred body of the ancients? It's a young man. He's only 15 or 16 years old. His physique aside, if he could enter the 4 ultimate secret realms at this age, he'd be considered talented. Such a delicate young man. His physical body is comparable to a dragon's? It doesn't look like it to me. It was the first time for many people to see Yi Fan. They were curious about the sacred body of the ancients, and they were all discussing in low voices. The stifling atmosphere in the divine city finally eased. It was no longer as suffocating. Finally, people began to talk. All sorts of voices could be heard, and it was no longer deathly silent. Where's the divine king? Why hasn't he appeared? The peerless divine king did not appear, and they could not see his supreme demeanor. Many cultivators were surprised and looked around. There's no need to look. The breakthrough of the sacred body will definitely not be peaceful. The white-robed divine king is probably hiding in the dark, ready to make a move at any time, someone speculated. In front of the dragon transformation pond, Yi Fan stood alone. His white clothes fluttered as if he was about to ascend to heaven. Under the moonlight, he looked otherworldly. In the dragon transformation pond, God's source and variant source shone brightly. It was as if the pond was about to turn into a celestial pond. The spiritual chi was so thick that it almost turned into liquid. If the pond had not been sealed long ago, the divine light here would have pierced through the sky, and the stars and moon would have lost their color. Suddenly, 3 figures walked forward and surrounded the dragon transformation pond. The delicate peacock king, the burly green serpent king, and the spirited red dragon master stood in 3 different directions. They were obviously there to protect Yifan. Then, the people of the Wind clan appeared. 4 elders surrounded the celestial pond to protect him. Yifan raised his head to look at the divine moon. His delicate face was very calm. Then, he glanced over everyone. He knew that these people came from all over the world and were paying attention to his every move. He saw the Alcade Saint Child shrouded in holy light, the insufferably arrogant little Peking, and the arrogant Xia Joyo. These people were destined to be natural enemies. Before entering the 4 extreme secret realms, he had already foreseen the future. He saw the scene of various kings rising up and fighting endlessly. The devastatingly beautiful Yao Shi, the divine king physique of the Ji clan, the innate Tao embryo of the Violet Palace, the figures and faces of the saints were all watching silently. Then, Yifan's gaze landed on the peerless and Miaoi. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her clothes were as white as snow. She had a fairy-like figure and a jade-like body. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water as she looked at him quietly. Yifan glanced over everyone and then retracted his gaze. With a whoosh, he waved his sleeve and a pile of divine source blocks fell. In the distance, everyone cried out in surprise. The saint physique also had so many divine source blocks. This shocked the people of the Central Plains. Only the people of the Divine City knew that Yifan's origin technique was shocking and that he had gained a lot. In particular, the shocking bet with the Origin Technique clan had given him a huge amount of divine source blocks. After all the divine source blocks were thrown into the dragon transformation pool, Yifan stepped in and was about to begin his breakthrough. Phoenix cries shook the sky. In the horizon, 9 phoenix-like divine birds spread their wings and soared, pulling a divine carriage. Divine light blossomed and auspicious colors shot out in all directions. The carriage rushed through the clouds and arrived in the sky. At the same time, 9 golden divine lions soared into the sky and pulled an ancient chariot. The chariot rolled across the sky and rumbled as if thousands of horses were galloping. The saints of the eastern wasteland appeared one after another. They rode on carriages and personally descended to watch the saint physique break through. Roar, dragon cries resounded between heaven and earth. Another great figure appeared. 9 azure dragons streaked across the sky like mountain ridges as they arrived in an instant. An elder appeared in the sky. He wore a dragon robe and had a dragon crown on his head. Light shone for tens of thousands of meters and he was incomparably divine. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into the world. A true ancestral dragon head appeared on his crown. Could it be that the great Xia emperor personally came? Many people were shocked. They didn't know if this was the peerless emperor of the Central Plains. In other directions, terrifying ripples spread out one after another. The top experts of the Central Plains' 4 undying empires appeared one after another to watch the ceremony. Then, even more people appeared. The people from the 100 sects of the Central Plains arrived and lined up in the sky. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful and made people tremble uncontrollably. Hong. At this time, the dragon transformation pool's seal was undone. Divine light scattered the clouds and pierced through the heavens. The world was blazing so fiercely that people couldn't open their eyes. The dragon transformation pool was like a peerless spiritual land from the beginning of the world. Tens of thousands of beams of divine light and thousands of auspicious lights shone. Colorful, it was incomparably sacred. Yifan sat in the deity pool. Essence chi boiled all over his body, and his blood chi shot into the sky. It turned into a dragon-shaped pillar of chi that pierced through the night sky like a peerless sword. Everyone was shocked. Is this the sacred body of the ancients? He was only in the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, yet his flesh and blood were already so vigorous. It was as if a real dragon was awakening. All the saints' and ladies' expressions changed. If such a person were to successfully break through, he would become an extremely terrifying enemy. With the whole world as his enemy, Yifan felt endless murderous intent surging toward him. Chapter 408. The moon illuminated the great earth, scattering its silver splendor everywhere. Was the dragon transformation pool the place where the cultivators of the world focused their attention on? Was it a place where one broke out of their cocoons and transformed into butterflies, or was it a place where a divine physique fell and shed blood? Everyone held their breaths as they watched nervously. Dong! Inside the celestial pond, divine radiance rushed into the heavens, creating a dazzling scene. Everyone's eyes stung and tears flowed uncontrollably. This was the radiance emitted by a sea of essence energy. The dragon transformation pool was not large, only several zhang in size. The water was sweet and milky white, sparkling and fragrant. Legend has it that true dragons ascended into the heavens. At this moment, after it was unsealed, it was as if millions of volcanoes erupted at the same time. The heavenly essence energy pierced through the heavens, piercing through the heavens like dragons soaring into the sky. This was a world-shaking scene. Dragons pierced through the heavens and earth, brilliant and resplendent, illuminating the entire ancient city, becoming the eternal light between heaven and earth. Yifan's white robe was otherworldly as he meditated inside the dragon transformation pool. His black hair danced in the wind, his skin sparkling. He was like a deity, peaceful and tranquil as he used spiritual energy to refine his body. Blood energy was like true dragons. Streak after streak rushed out from his body, surging violently like a tide. At the top of his head, the thickest dragon-shaped blood energy connected heaven and earth, rushing into the heavens. It made everyone feel as if they were dreaming, not daring to believe what was happening. Just how powerful was his physical body? Was this the supreme divine might of a divine physique? This was definitely the release of his potential. If it was unleashed, just this physical body alone would be enough to suppress all experts. This scene was world-shocking, causing everyone to draw in breaths of cold air. Wang! Yifan took out the all-life energy cauldron. It floated above his head, releasing tens of thousands of mysterious yellow energy strands that descended one after another, suppressing the dragon transformation pool. However, the divine radiance that rushed into the heavens did not weaken much, because the spiritual energy was too dense. If he forcefully suppressed it, it might cause the dragon transformation pool to collapse. The cauldron was simple and natural, as if it was a carrier that nourished the great Tao. It possessed a vast and distant aura, the home of the Tao, the place where the natural laws were born. The all-life energy descended, as if the 3,000 great Taos were taking form, enveloping Yifan below, making him appear even more divine and transcendent. His white robes fluttered, his hair danced, and his body flickered with luster. He had the aura of a deity. Hiss! In the distance, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The origin of the myriad chi had attracted everyone's attention. This was the exclusive sacred item of the ancient emperors. Since ancient times, how many people had obtained it? Even the great emperors of the past couldn't find them. Some people had no choice but to use their own bodies to refine the saint weapon, so one could imagine how precious it was. Everyone was tempted. Although they had heard that Yifan had a great emperor's relic, it was the first time many of them had seen it. If it were not for the protection of a peerless divine king, a world-shaking battle would have already broken out. Once this cauldron appeared, it would definitely cause great chaos. It was very likely that blood would flow like rivers, corpses would form mountains, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Ding! Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, like the roar of a dragon, coming from the horizon. Someone sat high in the clouds and played the zither, producing a mysterious and wonderful sound. At first, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle, then it was like a high mountain and flowing water, and finally, it was like a great army. Murderous energy overflowed into the heavens like a flood, surging and roaring as it rushed over, destroying everything in its path as it rushed towards Yifan. Even though there were peerless divine kings protecting him, there were still people who took action, wishing to kill Yifan in the initial stages, not wishing for him to break the curse and truly mature. Who? Astral winds swept about. Golden clouds flew over like a vast body of water, covering the stars and moon, filling the night sky with resplendent light. This was a golden heavenly peng that looked like it was cast from gold. It was dazzling and dazzling, spreading its wings and hacking down. Its power was intimidating, making everyone shiver with fear. Duo. The Crimson Dragon Daoist gazed into the sky, his ancient robes fluttering about. His eyes were like deep pools. With a light shout, heaven and earth trembled, as if this world was going to turn upside down. Hong. The golden heavenly peng that swooped down was blasted into pieces, shattering in the void. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The Crimson Dragon Daoist could truly be considered a peerless demon, powerful to a shocking degree. Just a light shout contained such divine might. Ding! The zither sound was like a muffled drum. A zither string was plucked, and then another true dragon rushed over from the horizon. It was scarlet red like blood, several hundred zhang in length, as if it was a mountain ridge. This was clearly humiliating the Crimson Dragon Daoist, going against his name. The zither sound turned into a blood dragon, the same as asking him to kill himself. The Crimson Dragon Daoist released a cold snort. He reached out a large hand, obliterating the blood-colored great dragon. Then, his hand stretched out like a mountain range, grabbing towards the horizon. Many cultivators felt their blood run cold. The Crimson Dragon Daoist's skills were close to the Tao, treating heaven and earth like an embroidered box in his palm, casually grabbing at it. Zheng zheng zheng, killing intent rushed into the heavens, zither sounds scattering the clouds. True dragons, heavenly pengs, chilants, divine phoenixes, and all types of legendary immortal spirits were like deities, truly taking form, throwing themselves over murderously. Hong. However, under the Crimson Dragon Daoist's great hands, all of this was crushed into powder, unable to stop him in the slightest. Pooh! The Crimson Dragon Daoist's large hand reached the horizon, grabbing the figure that was playing the zither. He then erased it into nothingness, turning it into flying ashes. Primordial spirit puppet, not the true body. Many of the older generation figures were astonished. This was definitely a probing attack launched by a top-notch strong practitioner. This night would not be peaceful, and there would definitely be a backup plan. In the dragon transformation pool, Yifan closed his eyes and didn't move. The things that happened in the outside world couldn't disturb his state of mind. He was like an ancient well without any ripples, as if it had nothing to do with him. He sat cross-legged like a divine statue. The Bodhi seed he brought from ancient Mars flowed with the rhythm of the Tao. He held it in the palm of his left hand, drawing upon the great Tao of heaven and earth, gathering the essence of the dragon transformation pool to cleanse his corporeal body. Divine radiance that rushed into the heavens surrounded him, and every inch of his skin had spiritual chi flowing. This wasn't any ordinary essence, but the essence that belonged to the divine origin. All of the pores on his body opened up, and the brilliance formed by the divine origin continuously flowed in and out. His innards and bones were all dyed in a layer of dazzling brilliance. He had already cultivated all 5 great divine treasures, so there was no need for him to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Whether or not he could succeed in his transformation from a fish to a dragon would be revealed tonight. With one step, the vast sea and sky were obstructed, and the abyss was thousands of yards deep. Whoosh! A green lotus appeared beside Yifan. It only had 3 leaves, and they contained the true meaning of the great Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The 3 leaves swayed gently, and the chaotic mist became hazy, covering Yifan. At the same time, the Tao Canon's mysterious technique in the sea of reincarnation automatically circulated like rivers returning to the sea, as if all things were coming back to life. Everyone was astonished, and even the various sacred masters were moved. A green lotus growing in one's body was definitely a part of the future vision of the sacred physique. He would probably have astonishing battle power. At the same time, Yifan's 5 great divine treasures rang out in unison, and the heavenly voice of the great Tao reverberated through the heavens and earth like a great bell. People couldn't understand its meaning, but they could feel a vast divine sound reverberating. It was like the evening drum and morning bell, so loud that even the deaf could hear. It made people vigilant and enlightened. He grasped an ancient scripture. Many experts were astonished. They never knew about Yi Fan's cultivation method, but now they knew that he definitely comprehended a supreme scripture. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a wonderful sound ringing out. However, even if one learned ancient scriptures, there weren't many who could do this. The sound of heaven and earth would ring out when they were in seclusion. It was extremely rare, but those who had this kind of vision, if nothing unexpected happened, would all become unmatched experts. Everyone's expressions changed, especially the younger generation. This was going to be their great enemy in the future. The Eastern Wasteland's great sage lords, Central Prefecture's 4 great undying imperial courts, as well as the people of the 100 sects were all moved. They understood that even though Yi Fan didn't have a sacred physique, if he grew up, he would definitely become a cult master-level figure. Hong. Killing intent surged like the sea, arriving in an instant. Tens of thousands of sword radiance pierced through heaven and earth, appearing in front of the dragon transformation pool. Another unmatched expert unleashed a fatal attack. This time, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. There were people taking action from all directions, and even the divine city was shaking. It was unknown just how many people came. The Peacock King released a loud shout. He opened his mouth and spat out a precious imprint. Chaotic mist pervaded the air. He swept out in all directions, and a great black imprint pierced through heaven and earth. Pa-cha, in all directions, there were weapons that continuously turned into powder. The killing intent was all forced back. The chaotic precious imprint was obtained from the ancient Great Emperor's chambers, a rare treasure under the heavens. Apart from extreme Dao weapons, there weren't many sharp blades that could cut it open. It could be considered a divine object. The Peacock King took action powerfully, crushing all of the puppets, intimidating quite a few people. However, right at this time, an indescribably terrifying aura pervaded the air, covering heaven and earth. It made everyone shiver inwardly. Great Emperor killing formation. The Crimson Dragon Daoist was shocked. Wind Clan's 4 elders' expressions also changed, all of them shivering. They felt that the situation wasn't reassuring. Someone actually used the Great Emperor's formation patterns at this moment, and it was even the terrifying killing divine patterns. They clearly wanted to carry out an extermination. The ancient Great Emperor left behind extremely few formation patterns, and not many people could completely comprehend them. At most, they could only lay out a corner, but it was still absolutely shocking. The destructive power was unimaginably great. For the sake of killing the Saint Physique, even the Great Emperor's killing formation appeared. It truly made people's hearts jump. One could well imagine just how great the determination of the person in the dark was. Swoosh! A human figure flashed in the sky. An exceptional divine king appeared. His white clothes fluttered about as he activated the Li-Flame Divine Furnace. It suppressed all directions and disintegrated the ancient Great Emperor's formation patterns. Hong. Exceptional killing intent rushed out to contend against the Li-Flame Divine Furnace. The killing formation's power was boundless. This is. Everyone was astonished. This person's understanding of Dao patterns was too terrifying. Just how much of the ancient Great Emperor's formation did he lay out? It was definitely extremely terrifying, and it wasn't as simple as just a corner. This type of world-shocking killing intent could contend against a divine king, and it blocked his path forward. There were some people who felt extreme restraining fear towards the grand completion Saint Physique and didn't want him to grow. Towards this, Yi Fan was still calm and unmoved. He closed his eyes and tried to break through. He stuck a scarlet leaf between his brows, and it circulated with the divine charm of the great Tao. That's the leaf of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. On top of the sparkling leaf, a figure sat high up in the 9 heavens. Clouds and mist curled up around him as he overlooked the common people. Many Tao patterns densely covered him, and it was incomparably mysterious. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the void. His figure was almost exactly the same as the leaf. Primal chaos mist was hazy, and it was as if he was overlooking the common people. At this moment, his appearance was dignified like an eternal immortal king. It made people want to prostrate themselves in worship. He pinched the leaf again, and another Tao Comprehension tea leaf appeared. He stuck it to the top of his head. On this sheep-white jade-like leaf, a yin-yang diagram flickered. This was the tangible form of the great Tao. It appeared and spun above his head. Yi Fan became faintly discernible, and at the same time, he became even more divine and inviolable. It was as if he existed with the world and would never die. Swoosh! The third leaf appeared, and he stuck it to his heart. Purple light flickered, and a true dragon took form on top of it and entered his body. In an instant, his blood energy rushed into the heavens. Draconic energy surrounded his body, and he was enveloped by a boundless divine power. Endless divine source essence gathered in his body, and he underwent a baptism similar to a holy sacrifice. Divine light was like a tide, washing over every inch of his flesh. His entire body shone brilliantly like seven-colored glass, without a trace of impurity. At the same time, the divine sound of the great Tao in his body became even greater. He was simply about to imprint himself in the void and condense into an immortal body with the entire heaven and earth. Wang! The fourth leaf trembled slightly, and golden light shone brilliantly. Mountains and rivers vaguely appeared on it, and in an instant, a small world enveloped him. Yi Fan stood majestically without moving. Auspicious divine light surrounded his body, and he was like an innate god that split the heavens and earth apart. He entered his own world and accepted the worship of all living beings. Everyone was stunned. These visions were too shocking. Even the Tao Comprehension tea couldn't do this. This was his own vision that was gradually appearing. Heavens, a vision? The divine physique is going to enter the 4 secret realms. That's right. Only after entering the 4 secret realms will the divine physique have visions. Now, the entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Yi Fan would actually succeed. Chapter 409. No one could remain calm. Everyone's minds were in turmoil. A small world appeared. It was so real that it shocked everyone. For hundreds of thousands of years, Saint Physiques could not enter the 4 extreme mystic realms. But now, a phenomenon had appeared. Was this curse going to be broken? The entire world was in an uproar. Many cultivators were boiling with excitement. Everyone was paying close attention because it was very likely that they would witness the rise of someone comparable to an ancient emperor in the future. The saint children and saintesses revealed strange expressions. Everyone was watching in silence, no one said anything. The little Pang was bathed in golden light. He was tall and straight like a demon god. He sneered again and again as his fighting spirit soared. The black great desolate halberd appeared behind him. Xia Jiuyo had red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. She was incomparably beautiful. Although she was only 13 or 14 years old, her cultivation could look down on the younger generation. She held her hands behind her back and remained unmoved. At this moment, the Saint Lords were also moved. They could not calm down and all had different expressions on their faces. The appearance of a peerless divine king from the Jiang family was already enough to make all the Holy Lands dread it. If they produced a large success Saint Physique in the future, they could challenge an ancient emperor. How could the other Holy Lands endure that? Moreover, once Yi Fan succeeded in breaking through, the Feng clan and the Jiang family would inevitably form a marriage alliance. At that time, the balance between the Holy Lands would truly be broken. The Central Continent's 4 great immortal dynasties and the 100 religions had all sent great figures to observe the ceremony. At this moment, they were all shaken. This was absolutely an unparalleled enemy of their descendants. Yi Fan had no self and was aloof from the world. No matter how noisy the outside world was, he remained unmoved. Each leaf of the Tao Comprehension tea tree was different. They all had unimaginable uses that allowed Yi Fan to enter a mysterious realm. The small world was vivid and real. He sat high in the sky with the yin-yang primal chaos diagram spinning. He was like a god that split the world apart, overlooking the rivers and mountains below as if he was accepting the worship of all living beings. Swish! 4 leaves shot up. Some were like white jade while others seemed to be cast in gold. They were sparkling and dazzling as they floated in the air. Buzz! In the night sky, the power of the stars was drawn over like moonlight and water, gathering towards the dragon transformation pool, entering Yifan's little world, making it even more lively. Boom! The dragon transformation pool surged. All of the divine origin was being refined, rushing towards Yifan, who was engraved in the void, entering his body. His entire body was sparkling, and even the fine hairs on the surface of his body were shining. The cleansing of his flesh was a visible transformation. His body became more and more flawless, as translucent as crystal. His powerful life fluctuations became even more terrifying. Yes, every single beat of Yifan's heart was like the beating of a divine drum, and it shook the eardrums of others to the point of droning. It could be said to be astounding. Moreover, his heartbeat grew louder and louder. Thump, thump, thump. It reverberated throughout heaven and earth. He's changing his blood, regenerating his flesh and blood. Everyone was shocked. Yifan was shedding his mortal body and exchanging his bones. His flesh shell was about to transform. This was an omen of breaking through. Boom! The dragon transformation pool swayed as Yifan guided the endless essence energy into his body. His body became even more resplendent, as if an immortal lord had descended into this world. During this process, divine light soared into the sky. The vast amount of Genesis chi couldn't be sealed and absorbed at all. It illuminated the entire world. Swish! A mischievous little golden creature turned into a golden line and appeared in the sky like a thief. It absorbed the Genesis chi in an almost intoxicated manner. The divine silkworm appeared. It spent a lot of effort to break free from the little nun in white. It slid over and sucked in the Genesis chi like a whale. The white-robed God King was also high up in the sky. He was currently using the leaf fire divine cauldron to disintegrate the great emperor's formation. He indifferently glanced at the divine silkworm. The little golden creature was immediately frightened. Then, it blinked its large eyes and put on a pitiful appearance, as if it was begging to stay here. The Supreme God King no longer paid it any attention. He activated the leaf fire divine cauldron and continued to resist the great emperor's killing formation. He gradually erased the Genesis chi in the air. The little golden creature seemed to have been pardoned. It entered the Genesis chi and continuously absorbed it into its body. Its entire body shone with golden light. It was incomparably intoxicated. Countless little stars appeared in its large eyes. Divine silkworm. Many people cried out in surprise. They suddenly remembered that it also needed a vast amount of Genesis chi to transform. It was very likely to be another great winner today. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a large crack appeared in the sky. A large purple hand reached out from within. It was extremely sudden and directly grabbed towards the dragon transformation pool. Purple energy curled about. It covered the sky like a demonic cloud, hiding the stars and moon and severing the spiritual energy of the world. It was extremely terrifying and horrifying. Heavens, the hand that pierced through the void is a peak expert. Everyone was shocked. There was finally a powerful figure who took action and launched an attack to kill Yifan. Bang! The 4 elders from the Wind Clan took action. One of them went against the sky and struck towards the sky, colliding with the large purple hand. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fell down. He was heavily injured. The expressions of everyone present all changed. Dong! The Peacock King took action. He rushed up to the great crack in the void and spat out the primal chaos precious imprint, striking down. A loud sound rang out. The large purple hand was forced back. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, vanishing without a trace. Roar! Suddenly, several more large cracks appeared. No one slaughtered their way out, but a terrifying roar sounded. It was as if rubble collapsed the clouds, as if great waves struck the heavens. The sound was extremely deafening, as if it could shatter rivers and mountains. In the distance, quite a few people fell on their backs, blood flowing from their 7 apertures, their lives in danger. One could imagine just how terrifying this type of roar was. The Crimson Dragon Daoist's hands formed an imprint, isolating the dragon transformation pool within a small world to prevent the sound waves from entering. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated to watch the divine body attack. They didn't want to be caught up in the disaster. The Peacock Tile, Green Flood Dragon King, and Wind Clan's elders all released attacks towards the great cracks in space, stopping the sound waves and calming down heaven and earth. Disturbing the divine body's breakthrough is even more vicious than killing him. Many people sucked in a cold breath of air, immediately understanding the intentions of those hidden in the dark. Cultivators hated being disturbed the most when breaking through. Wasting all of their previous efforts was a small matter, but they would most likely become half-crippled, unable to cultivate from then on. The hidden person already had a plan. He wanted to stop Yifan while he was breaking through at the lowest price possible, completely crippling him and preventing him from cultivating for the rest of his life. At the crucial moment, a single roar might be enough to consign Yifan to eternal damnation. He would fall from the clouds into hell, unable to rise again for the rest of his life. Swoosh! The Supreme Divine King finally wiped away the Great Emperor's formation runes, but he didn't dare to be careless. The hidden person most likely had a backup plan, and he was even on guard against the extreme saint weapon. Pft, pft. The leaves of the comprehension tea tree turned to dust one after another. For divine radiances entered Yifan's body, interweaving into many innate patterns, making him even more divine. Meanwhile, this small world became clearer and clearer, like a real space and not just a phenomenon. At this moment, Yifan was unmoving. His body was like a 7-colored glaze, clear and flawless. Many spiritual essences and endless divine rays were baptizing his body, making him seem like a god. What's the phenomenon of the saint body? Is it a pure land like the Divine King? No, it's more like a combination of several phenomena. They haven't taken shape yet. Stars shine in the blue sky, lovely land and mountains, chaotic green lotus, yin-yang diagram of life and death, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. There are shadows of these terrifying ancient phenomena. What kind of terrifying phenomenon will it form? Everyone was discussing softly and paying close attention. Suddenly, Yifan's heartbeat accelerated. Endless Genesis chi from the dragon transformation pool entered his body, and he shone brightly. Whoosh! He actually started to burn. Divine flames soared into the sky, and his body was almost transparent. His internal organs and bones could almost be seen. All the pores on his body were bleeding, and his whole body was bright red. The raging fire burned and evaporated the fresh liquid, and the smell of blood assailed everyone's nostrils. What happened? Why is he burning? Is he going to turn into ashes? No, this is a true rebirth. Body regeneration, initial success of the saint body, he is really going to enter the 4 extreme secret realm. People were very surprised. The blood in Yifan's body continued to flow out through his pores, and new blood with brilliance appeared in his body, which was shining with a faint golden light. Crack! Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of bones breaking again. They could vaguely see the bones in his 7-colored glass-like body shattering and then growing again. They had never seen such a terrifying rebirth. It could be said that the transformation was very thorough, and even his bones were being reborn. Pop! Yifan's sparkling body was also broken, like a beautiful jade cracking. Then, his internal organs shook, and his joints crackled. Everything was being reborn. The dragon transformation pool was dyed red, and the divine flames wrapped around him. He seemed to be reborn from the fire. Every bone, every inch of flesh and blood, including his hair, was being replaced. This is too cruel. What kind of pain is the transformation of the saint body going through? This isn't a tribulation, but a rebirth. I think many people are willing to have it. Yi Fan used the divine origin essence to cleanse his body, changing his bones and blood continuously. His body was reborn, and he became extremely powerful. He shed his original flesh shell and regenerated himself. Suddenly, the people in the dark took action. The void collapsed continuously like a vast ocean, rising and falling violently. It was unknown how many top-level characters were taking action, but this part of the world was torn apart. The sound was like thunder, shaking all directions, and all life between heaven and earth was extinguished. The Divine King took action. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the entire world. All the cracked areas immediately closed, and the void returned to how it was before. It immediately became peaceful. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Fan's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell backwards, his entire body drenched in blood. The endless divine origin energy in the dragon transformation pool erupted like a tsunami, sending him flying. Heavens, what happened? Did the breakthrough of the saint body fail? Everyone was shocked, not knowing what was going on. The Divine King, the Crimson Dragon Daoist, and the Peacock King were also shocked. Bang! Yi Fan flipped over and sat up, closing his eyes again. He drew the vast amount of Genesis Chi, and the sound of the great Tao in his body continued. Not good, there isn't much divine origin left in the dragon transformation pool. The elder of the Feng clan exclaimed. However, at this time, Yi Fan's body completed its transformation. This was a true rebirth. Boom! He stood up all of a sudden, and the sky trembled. He raised his head to look at the starry sky, his messy hair flying. His new body flickered, and a powerful aura erupted. Boom! However, at this time, purple lightning descended from the sky, striking towards him. Heavens, what is this? Why is there lightning in the starry sky? This is a heavenly tribulation. Everyone exclaimed. How can a heavenly tribulation descend after entering the 4 extreme secret realms? Everyone was stupefied. Lightning descended from the 9 heavens, striking towards Yi Fan. He stood there proudly, facing the purple lightning. Boom! The first bolt of lightning descended. His entire body flickered, and he forcibly withstood it, unharmed. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation was no longer a single bolt of lightning. It turned into a purple sea, a lightning pool. Endless lightning drowned Yi Fan, and the world was filled with purple light. This was a sea of lightning, extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, apart from a few heaven-defying monsters, I have never heard of anyone being stopped by a heavenly tribulation when they were breaking through. The breakthrough of the saint body actually encountered a heavenly tribulation, and it seems to be the extremely terrifying kind. The Black Emperor shouted in the dark, "Kid, if you can endure it, there will be many benefits." Back then, Great Emperor Wu Shi was often struck by lightning. As long as you don't die, you won't have to be afraid of becoming the enemy of the world in the future. Chapter 410. This was a sea of lightning. Electrical radiance surged downwards. The thunder was like a tide, shattering everything. It was incomparably blazing, filling the world with a purple expanse. Hong! The thunder seemed to be about to blast through everyone's eardrums and shatter their souls. It connected heaven and earth, incomparably vast. It was as if the Milky Way from the 9 heavens poured down, as if there were millions of great stars smashing down. The void was blasted apart, becoming incredibly tattered. However, it would be submerged soon, because the lightning radiance was just too resplendent. Dazzling lightning filled every inch of space. Hong! The great thunder shocked the world. The purple lightning surged like a tide, surging violently. This was a world of lightning that could destroy all things. Everyone was alarmed, their blood running cold. When Yi Fan was breaking through, the heavenly tribulation descended, stopping his advance. It shocked everyone. Even from the distance, it was already so terrifying. Everyone found it hard to imagine just what kind of tribulation Yi Fan was experiencing in the Purple Sea. They all opened their divine eyes to watch. The purple sea of lightning submerged the dragon transformation pool, representing the will of heaven and earth. It could obliterate all creatures in this world, making one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Yi Fan's body was in the purple sea. His flesh was lacerated, and his body was scorched black. Faint golden blood flowed out. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. Even though he was heavily injured, his blood and chi surged. He didn't decline in the slightest, instead raising his head towards the sky and doing everything he could to resist. Everyone was horrified. The flesh of a saint physique was too terrifying. If it was a normal person, a single streak of lightning would have turned them into ashes, yet he was resisting in the purple sea. Hong! Another wave of lightning descended. It was incomparably fierce, burying Yi Fan underneath. It was unknown just how much lightning struck down on his body. Faint golden blood splashed in all directions, and his bones released gabbing sounds. This is too terrifying. Any creature will be blasted apart. Since ancient times, not many people have suffered a heavenly tribulation while breaking through. The saint physique is comparable to a heaven-defying monster. Meanwhile, what shocked everyone the most was that Yi Fan wasn't blasted apart. He endured it all and was still standing in the sea of lightning, unyielding and tenacious. Heavenly tribulation was rarely seen since ancient times, but everyone knew about it. They had all heard rumors that outsiders couldn't help at all, or else it would attract an even greater lightning tribulation. Beside the dragon transformation pool, there were many experts. Taoist Scarlet Dragon, Peacock King, Green Serpent King, elders of the Wind Clan, and even peerless Divine Kings. However, none of them dared to lend a hand. If they did that, not only would they not be able to save Yi Fan, but they would also have to suffer a great heavenly tribulation that would not rest until they were dead. Lightning flashed. Even someone as strong as Yi Fan's physical body was in tatters. It was almost pierced through. Many of the wounds revealed his bones, and a lot of pale golden blood flowed out. It's the 9 words heavenly tribulation, everyone was aghast. Yi Fan's first wave of heavenly tribulation was a bolt of lightning formed from 9 bolts of lightning, and he had forcefully withstood it with his body. The second heavenly tribulation was this purple sea. There were a total of 9 lightning tides, and he had just experienced 3 or 4 of them. Almost no one believed that he could make it through. The Black Emperor shouted in the dark, "Brat, you have to hold on." The baptism of the lightning tribulation is rare since ancient times. There are many benefits to cultivating in the future. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He didn't have the energy at all, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. The slightest bit of carelessness would turn him into ashes. At this moment, his entire body was in pain. The lightning had pierced through many parts of his body. If it was any other cultivator, they would have been annihilated long ago, and not even ashes would be left. Boom! Another lightning tide arrived, and the heaven and earth trembled. Endless purple radiance wrapped around him, piercing through the sky and earth like countless world-shocking dragons soaring into the sky. The myriad chi cauldron floated up and down above Yi Fan's head, experiencing the lightning tribulation together with him. He was struck by the purple sea, leaving behind countless streaks of innate patterns. Everyone held their breaths and watched in silence. The 5th, the 6th, everyone was astonished to find that Yi Fan was infinitely close to the 9th lightning tide. He was actually about to charge through it. Everyone was extremely shocked. The 9th lightning tide arrived as scheduled. Lightning flashed in tens of thousands of streaks, and the purple color became the only thing between heaven and earth. Yi Fan was like a duckweed in a tsunami as he was drowned in an instant. Boom! Endless lightning and blazing divine radiance made the heaven and earth as bright as day. It was dazzling, like a boundless fire was burning and collapsing the void. Buzz! In the end, the void trembled, and the endless purple sea disappeared. The heaven and earth instantly calmed down as if it had never happened. Dang! A trembling sound was heard. The cauldron made of myriad chi fell to the ground and broke the silence. Everyone was bewildered and didn't know if Yi Fan was dead or alive. Beside the dragon transformation pond, a figure was completely black and no different from charcoal. He stood there motionlessly. He passed the heavenly tribulation? No, there is no vitality at all. His body has dried up. This is the death of the saint physique. Many cultivators were discussing, and it was noisy. Everyone felt that the scorched body had lost its vitality. Bang! Yi Fan fell straight down. His scorched body was like charcoal that had experienced the fire tribulation and was almost rotten. He's dead. He actually failed. The curse of the saint physique cannot be broken after all. After hundreds of thousands of years, there hasn't been a single exception. He was so close to success, yet he died just like that. The heaven and earth were in an uproar. There were those who sympathized, and there were those who took joy in his misfortune. Everyone's reactions were different, and many great powers sighed in relief. Pop! Suddenly, a light sound rang out from the dragon transformation pond. The charcoal-like body moved a bit. Yi Fan slowly stood up. Even though his body was scorched black, his eyes were incomparably clear and filled with divine light. Following that, the sound of something breaking rang out. The surface of his body cracked, and a layer of scorched old skin fell off. Sparkling and translucent, new flesh appeared. He didn't die. He was baptized by thunder and lightning and obtained new life in the purple sea. His body must have become even more powerful. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Yi Fan would be able to make it through. The scorched old skin rustled and fell off. Yi Fan's new body, which had been bathed in thunder and lightning, flickered with a precious splendor. He was filled with great power. His eyes were clear, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was wearing a white robe, and he looked like a revived immortal. Everyone was stunned. The saint physique was unharmed. Did this mean that he had succeeded in breaking through? While everyone was dumbstruck, only the little golden creature was still active. The heavenly tribulation had scared it away. Now that it had calmed down, it quickly ran back and sucked in all the Genesis chi in the sky. Yi Fan felt the changes in his body. His physical body had definitely succeeded in breaking through, but he couldn't display any phenomenon. He felt that something was missing. Why is it like this? Is the curse not broken? He softly muttered to himself and clenched his fists. His life essence was like the sea, and he possessed endless divine power, but why didn't he feel a natural sense of harmony? After entering the four extreme secret realms, he would comprehend the order of heaven and earth. His body would be imprinted in the void, and there would be all kinds of miraculous changes, but he couldn't feel it. That's right, my divine sense. Yi Fan understood. He hadn't drawn out the great Tao, so he didn't experience anything. Just now, everything was experienced by his physical body. His divine sense hadn't received the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, so it couldn't become one. Wang. Suddenly, everyone's hearts palpitated, and they felt like they were suffocating. They almost couldn't breathe. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and they couldn't help but look up at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and it was as if a magnificent army was charging down. The little golden creature immediately slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Brat, be careful. The Black Emperor secretly shouted, "You've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. You've encountered an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. There will definitely be 5 stages, and each stage will have 9 minor tribulations." Also, Yi Fan's eyes were filled with vigor as he looked up at the starry sky. He had already experienced 2 stages, a total of 18 minor tribulations. He hadn't finished the tribulation yet. Boom! Lightning descended. This time, it wasn't a sea of lightning, but 9 afterimages. They interweaved with electricity as if they were 9 deities. What is that? How could there be creatures in the lightning? Everyone was stupefied. 9 figures formed from lightning. Some were shaped like human bodies, some like true dragons, and there were even some that looked like birds, beasts, fish, and bugs. They were all different. Could it be that the great heaven and earth truly have a will? Undying deities were born? Many cultivators were overwhelmed with shock. They aren't deities, but rather formed from the interweaving power of lightning. It is a type of terrifying heavenly tribulation. A holy lord spoke with a calm voice. All types of ancient texts had different explanations. The ancient sages believed that lightning tribulation was born from the connection between heaven and man, and that it was closely related to the one undergoing the tribulation. Hong. While everyone was discussing, Yi Fan had long sunk into an even greater tribulation. He tangled together with one of the afterimages, and it was as if he was fighting a great battle. This time, not only was his physical body undergoing the tribulation, his divine sense also rushed out to receive the baptism of lightning radiance. He endured an intense pain that was close to shattering. The first human figure was finally destroyed, but a second loud sound rang out. This time, it was a divine phoenix that brought scarlet lightning with it as it swooped down. Lightning that had turned into a living being possessed unimaginable power, far more terrifying than the sea of lightning. Yi Fan was covered by the divine phoenix. His powerful divine sense was tempered, turning into a blazing beam of light that was almost burning. He was in incomparable pain, but he endured it. A third, a fourth. Figures that were like deities rushed over one after another. There would be 9 tribulations. Yi Fan's physical body and divine sense would experience the tribulation at the same time. If he persisted and didn't die, then he would experience a baptism similar to rebirth. If he couldn't resist it, then he would forever be destroyed. At the same time, his cauldron was also receiving the impact of all of this. More and more innate patterns were left on its surface. Hong. A final loud sound rang out. The 9th immortal-like figure rushed down, sending Yi Fan flying. Then, it quickly caught up, and endless lightning submerged him. He was swallowed into the immortal king's mouth. Everyone cried out in alarm, watching nervously. Pooh! The immortal king was cut open, the lightning completely disappeared, and the world became peaceful again. Yi Fan's divine sense was like a golden sun, incomparably brilliant. After experiencing the baptism of the lightning tribulation, his divine sense was clearly different. There was an aura that was close to that of a deity. Yi Fan understood. This was indeed the case. His divine sense captured the trajectory of the Tao within the lightning. With the Bodhi seed in hand, he comprehended many things. He felt that he was about to completely break through to the 4 extreme secret realms. Brat, be careful. The unreasonable primal chaos lightning has arrived. The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. 9 great lightning bolts descended from the sky, and within each bolt was a strand of primal chaos energy. It made people feel the aura of the creation of heaven and earth. It really is primal chaos lightning. Even though it's only a strand, it's still incomparably terrifying. The expressions of all the holy lords changed, and then their expressions became a bit strange. The Central Continent's undying imperial court and the 100 sex experts were also moved. Before the great ancient emperors refined their holy weapons, they would always baptize the holy object with endless primal chaos lightning. Many of the older generation figures were envious. Using the 9 strands of primal chaos lightning energy to refine a weapon would definitely have endless wondrous uses. It could increase the quality of the divine weapon. However, Yi Fan wanted to use it to refine his body. Just the thought of it was enough to shock everyone. What kind of tribulation would this be? Boom! The first bolt of lightning struck down, almost smashing Yi Fan's body into pieces. The strand of primal chaos lightning energy within was too terrifying. He was dripping with blood, and his bones were crackling. His divine sense was shattered, and the cauldron was riddled with marks. His entire body was covered in injuries, and he was on the verge of collapse. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. However, Yi Fan's willpower was like iron. His divine sense quickly gathered and turned into an ancient pagoda. It absorbed the strand of primal chaos energy and quickly refined it. Tao imprint. Innate great Tao patterns were produced within the primal chaos lightning energy, making his body and mind clear. Then, his injuries quickly recovered as if he was being reborn from the ashes. Boom! The second bolt of lightning descended and almost blasted him into pieces. However, he still managed to hold on in the end. Boom! The third bolt of primal chaos lightning descended. Yifan roared towards the sky. His body, divine sense, and cauldron all trembled as they faced the sky. When the seventh bolt of lightning descended, Yifan's body was almost scattered. It was too horrible to look at. It was more terrifying than all the lightning tribulations he had experienced in the past. His white bones were thick, and his faint golden blood was almost dried up. However, he still gathered his divine sense with great difficulty. It turned into a bell and fixed the strand of primal chaos energy in place, allowing it to circulate between his divine sense, body, and cauldron. Boom! The eighth bolt of lightning descended. Yifan's injuries became even more severe. He was almost turned into minced meat, and most of his bones were shattered. However, he still persisted. The shattered divine sense gathered together and turned into a cauldron. It sealed the strand of primal chaos energy and comprehended the great Tao imprint. It used it to repair his body and divine sense, and at the same time, cleanse the myriad energy cauldron. Boom! Finally, the last bolt of primal chaos lightning descended, piercing through Yifan's body in dozens of places. He almost broke into several pieces. However, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He didn't faint. The divine sense reassembled and turned into a celestial king-like figure. It shone brilliantly, and upon closer inspection, it was himself. The divine sense turned into a celestial king-like figure. It sat cross-legged in the void and hugged the strand of primal chaos energy. It received nourishment, and it continuously recovered and strengthened. Crack, crack, crack. Yifan's bones cracked, and his body began to recover. The divine sense was like a golden sun. Its radiance rushed into the sky, and it hung in front of his forehead. Meanwhile, the myriad energy cauldron hung above his head. It bobbed up and down, sending down strands of mysterious yellow energy. It looked misty, and it was full of the great Tao. Swoosh! The 9 strands of primal chaos energy circled around Yifan's body like 9 little dragons that continuously danced. Then, they entered his sea of consciousness, and finally entered the cauldron. At this moment, the aura of the primordial era filled the air. It was as if the world was being created, and it gave him an indescribable feeling. His body and mind were peaceful, and there was peace and emptiness. The 9 strands of primal chaos energy all contained the path of the great Tao. Yifan continued to comprehend them, and then he began to refine the 9 energies. His divine sense turned into a sitting celestial king, floating in front of his forehead. The cauldron hung above his head, and his body sat in the void. Buzz! The void trembled. Yifan imprinted himself in the world, and he became one with the void. The 9 strands of primal chaos energy all melted, and they became one with him and the cauldron. Swoosh! Yifan opened his eyes. He knew that he had entered the 4 extreme secret realm, and he had successfully broken through. His white robe fluttered, his black hair danced, and his eyes were clear. He quietly stood in this world, and there was a completely different feeling. Where's the 5th tribulation? Yifan looked up at the night sky, and he still didn't see it descend. Chapter 4:11. The moonlight was like water, pouring down in torrents, like smoke or fog. The inside of the divine city was hazy. Beside the dragon transformation pool, Yifan's eyes were clear as he gazed at the starry sky. He was extremely quiet, not moving at all. Only his hair and white clothes fluttered about. He didn't say anything. There was still the last level of heavenly tribulation that hadn't descended. It was likely to be a violent storm, a perilous situation. He was on full alert. Not a single one of the other cultivators could maintain their calm. All of them were inwardly shocked, and clamoring surged into the heavens. Could it be that he succeeded in breaking through? I sensed that he seemed to have entered the 4 extreme secret realm. Is this true? The sacred body of the ancients has been difficult to cultivate for more than 100,000 years. Is the curse going to be broken today? It's really shocking. His saint physique has successfully broken through. It can be considered a small success. In the future, he might even be able to challenge the great emperors. Everyone was discussing. Yi Fan had withstood 4 heavenly tribulations in a row and actually survived safely. Using lightning to temper his body, what kind of fortuitous encounter was this? Since ancient times, cultivators who encountered heavenly tribulations were very rare. He had experienced the lightning tribulation to cleanse his divine sense and body. In the future, when he cultivated, there would be endless benefits, causing many cultivators to be extremely envious and jealous. The divine physique has really broken through. This is a miracle of the antiquity era. How is this possible? Didn't the ancient sages say that this world has changed? Divine bodies can't cultivate, this is really shocking. What does it mean to have a holy body that broke the curse? In the future, he will be able to compete with the great ancient emperors. At this moment, there wasn't a single person that could remain unperturbed because many people had already discerned that Yi Fan had really broken through and succeeded in advancing into the 4 extreme secret realms. The golden-winged little Peking's body was tall and straight. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind, and his eyes were filled with wildness. The battle armor on his body was flickering with a cold luster, and his cloak was fluttering in the wind. He felt a kind of pressure. Staring at Yi Fan, his expression changed for the first time. 2 sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes. Killing intent filled the air, and his battle intent rose even higher. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's immortal body was tall and slender. Mist curled around her body, and her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. She looked pensive as she looked at Yi Fan, and then at the night sky. On the other side, the wavering light Saint Child's expression was calm. The 108 divine rings around his body made him look like a god. His expression didn't change, but his heart was in turmoil. He could be called a rare genius since ancient times, and could even be said to be a heaven-warping talent. When he was breaking through to the 4 extremes, he had also triggered a lightning tribulation, but it was definitely not this terrifying. Many of the older generation felt that he was on par with the young emperor. But now, there was a saint body that made him feel extremely pressured. The Purple Mansion Holy Daughter had a connate Tao embryo, and she was close to the great Tao. She had the charm of being one with the heavens. She was like a celestial fairy who had been born into the world. But now, a strange look appeared on her face. She was like a bright pearl blooming, like a divine lotus blooming. Great waves surged in her heart as she stared unblinkingly at the distant Yi Fan. What she saw just now made it hard for her to calm down. The younger generation, the many descendants of the Holy Lands, and the outstanding disciples of the major forces all felt the pressure at this moment. If the saint body successfully entered the 4 extreme secret realms, he would definitely be the most terrifying opponent. No one could remain calm. If there was anyone who could laugh at this moment, it would be Miaoyi. She could be said to be able to topple cities with one smile, and if she laughed again, she could topple countries. Her absolute beauty was enough to bring chaos to the world and captivate all living things. Her flawless jade body was exquisite, and her curves were perfect. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her skin flickered with a sparkling luster. Her smile was incomparably moving. Her eyes were like water, and her skin was snow-white and smooth. Even the bright moon in the sky lost its luster, causing the hearts of many cultivators to sway, almost unable to control themselves. The great figures of the eastern barren lands were all silent. The fact that the Jiang clan and the Feng clan had cultivated a saint body that had broken the curse was definitely not good news for them. Many great figures from the Central Plains who had come to watch the ceremony also frowned at this moment. A grand completion saint body could live for tens of thousands of years. If the youth in front of them grew up, he would definitely rule the world for 10,000 years. Who knew how many generations of their descendants would be intimidated by him? Unless a monarch-level figure appeared, who else could suppress a grand completion saint body? Perhaps, not allowing him to grow and killing him in the early stages was the best choice once and for all. Yi Fan stood silently beside the dragon transformation pond. He did not see the appearance of the 5th heavenly tribulation this entire time. The night sky was especially gentle, and there was not the slightest sign of danger. Perhaps I guessed wrongly. The lightning that struck you just now was too terrifying, and even chaotic lightning appeared. Perhaps even the heavens are embarrassed, and will no longer send down heavenly tribulation. The large black dog was not very sure. Ha ha ha. The 4 elders of the Fong clan laughed loudly, feeling incredibly carefree. From now on, a saint body that had broken the curse would be tied to the ancient war chariot of the Fong clan, and it would be enough for them to flourish for 10,000 years. Good, we have finally broken the legend today. The Peacock King also nodded. Many people in the distance echoed in agreement, and many voices of congratulations traveled over here. The white-robed Divine King also revealed a gratified expression, but he did not relax. He held the leaf-fire divine furnace in his hand, and swept his gaze over the surroundings, afraid that someone would take the risk and attack. However, the Divine King had worried too much. The people in the dark fell silent, and did not attack again. Just now, they had only chosen to attack because they saw that Yi Fan had a chance of breaking through. Now, everything was already set in stone. With the protection of the Supreme Divine King, attacking now would probably result in heavy losses, so it was far better to find another time to kill the saint body. Under the night sky, there was a commotion. Many people were clamoring. The saint body that had fallen for hundreds of thousands of years had been revived, and an invincible physique had reappeared in the world. Perhaps in the near future, it would shine brilliantly. At this moment, only a small golden creature was unmoved, and it was busy with its own matters. It absorbed all the spiritual essence in the sky, and then sneaked back into the dragon transformation pond stealthily. The old Taoist Crimson Dragon, the Peacock King, and the others all saw it, but they did not stop it, because the divine source was almost exhausted, and there was not much left, so they did not chase this little guy away. Tonight, it was definitely a big winner. Half of the massive amount of essence chi of the divine source disappeared into the night sky. A part of it was absorbed by Yi Fan, and the other half was taken by the holy silkworm. This time, facing Yi Fan, it was trying to please him. It didn't bare its fangs and claws anymore. It blinked its big eyes, which were filled with little stars. Then, it dived into the pond. I made it. I'm in the 4 extreme secret domains. Yi Fan stood up, looking at the endless night sky. Lightning punishment, do you still want to strike me? Boom! Suddenly, 9 bolts of lightning struck down. Everyone was dumbfounded, flabbergasted. As soon as Yi Fan finished talking, lightning struck down. Was there really a ruler in the dark who would not allow people to provoke him? Little Yi, why are you provoking the heaven? I'm going to be struck by lightning again. Yi, you want to be struck by lightning on purpose. Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and Pang Bo screamed. They all felt that something was wrong. This time, Yi Fan raised his fist and punched towards the sky. After entering the arcane realm, he was fearless. His golden fist shattered the 9 bolts of lightning on the spot. Boom! The second time, 18 lightning strikes struck down. 9 of them aimed at Yi Fan while the other 9 struck the dragon transformation pond. Boom! Yi Fan reached out a large golden hand, grabbing all 9 streaks of lightning in his hand and erasing them in an instant. His methods were truly shocking. On the other side, the holy silkworm in the dragon transformation pond cried out in fear. It covered its head and tried to run away. However, the 9 lightning strikes had locked on it, chasing after it. It's not right. It's the holy silkworm's heaven's punishment. Oh my God, the holy silkworm is going through the heaven's punishment. It's the one that attracted the lightning strikes. Everyone was shocked, stupefied. It was clear that Yi Fan was caught in the crossfire, caught up in this. Damn it. That bastard holy silkworm wants to kill little Yi. It just got struck by lightning because it wants to experience it again. Tu Fei cursed. I'm so dizzy. This holy silkworm is a disaster. Why is it going through the heaven's punishment too? It's going to drag Yi into this, Pang Bo was worried. That unlucky holy silkworm. It's okay if it gets struck by lightning, but it also wants to drag others down with it. Li Heishui cursed. Everybody was astounded. The heaven's punishment was rare since the ancient times. Now, it had appeared twice in one day. However, after thinking about it, they understood it. What kind of creature was the holy silkworm? In the immemorial epoch, as long as it could go through 9 changes, it would be an invincible existence in this world. If it wanted to break through, it would have to face the heaven's punishment because it was too heaven-defying. Just now, it had swallowed a lot of essence chi of the god source. It was about to transform. The holy silkworm ran away like a wisp of smoke, thinking that it had nothing to do with it. However, it couldn't get rid of the lightning. It swayed left and right, holding its head and running away. Everybody was speechless and didn't know what to say. This holy silkworm was too strange. It didn't even know that its heaven's punishment had come. In the distance, the little nun in white opened her mouth into an O shape and shouted, "Xiao Guai, don't run away. Resist it quickly. Only you can cross it yourself." The holy silkworm held its head and ran away, diving into Yifan's chest. It had just seen Yifan resist it, so it wanted to seek his protection. This unlucky holy silkworm is going to drag little Yi into this. I should skin it alive. Little thing, do you want to kill me? Yifan really wanted to grab it and beat it up. The holy silkworm's large eyes were filled with grievance. Even now, it still didn't know how the heaven's punishment came. It hugged its head and ran away, begging for help with tears in its eyes. Yifan directly transmitted a divine will to it, telling this pure little thing what was going on. Then, he almost wanted to vomit blood as he began to resist the new round of heaven's punishment. He had the urge to curse. What was going on? Brat, back off. This emperor carved a type of formation pattern that can help you get out of this predicament. At the crucial moment, the Black Emperor transmitted sound. I've already been implicated. There's still a way to get out of this predicament? Yifan was bewildered. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia often suffered lightning tribulations and implicated many people. Later on, he created a type of formation pattern that could allow those who were implicated to avoid the tribulation. Yifan didn't say anything more. He followed the Black Emperor's guidance and hid into a formation pattern not far away. All of the lightning actually disappeared. He was stunned. As expected, Great Emperor Wuxia was extraordinarily talented. He could even deceive the heavens, and he had a way to help others deceive the heavens. Brat, you have to be careful. I've remembered some things. Your heaven's punishment might not be over yet, the large black dog warned seriously in secret. What? Yifan was shocked. On the other side, the holy silkworm ran around wildly, crying out in the archaic language. Everyone was scared into fleeing, fearing that they would be implicated by it. The golden little creature felt incredibly wronged. In the end, it resisted the heaven's punishment alone. It was struck until tears welled up in its eyes, and it wailed loudly. However, what was shocking was that although it was riddled with wounds and swayed left and right, there were no fatal injuries. Wang! Suddenly, the void trembled. It was as if this part of the universe was about to collapse, causing the hairs of many cultivators to stand on end. Fear welled up in their hearts. A sense of alarm rose in Yifan's heart. He looked up into the night sky, feeling boundless danger. It was as if doomsday had arrived, making him feel completely disheartened. This was definitely coming for him. Under the night moon, streak after streak of natural patterns appeared, interweaving together in the sky, forming a Tao diagram that slowly pressed downwards. The void trembled, as if it was about to collapse. This diagram was profound and unfathomable, as if it was the form of the great Tao. It made one feel suffocated, difficult to breathe, and even their souls were trembling. What is this? Everyone was shaken, not understanding what was going on. Is this also a heaven's punishment? Why is there no lightning or lightning? Only natural Tao diagram patterns have appeared? Many people were confused, not understanding why this was happening. Hong. This natural pattern enveloped Yifan below. No wonder. Saint physiques have a curse that is difficult to break after all. A sect master from an undying inheritance in the central state said. The ancient sages speculated that the Saint Physique's future path has been severed. All of this is true. No wonder there hasn't been a large success Saint Physique that has appeared after more than 100,000 years. The world cannot approve of this. An elder from an undying imperial court sighed. The exceptional divine king transmitted sound to Yi Fan, shouting, "Don't be distracted. You have to pass this trial. I will help you. I won't give up. I am going to continue forward." Yi Fan also shouted loudly. It's not that big of a deal. Even if it is a broken path, it can still be mended by defying the heavens. The exceptional divine king's voice resounded through heaven and earth. He wanted to help Yi Fan repair the broken path of the Saint Physique.